Welcome to USIP and to this two-day colloquium on pending issues on the Colombian peace agenda. My name is Pamela All. I am Senior Advisor here at USIP for Conflict Prevention and Management. And before that, I used to head the Institute's Academy. And the reason that that is relevant to this conference is that the Fellows Program, and that means the Peace Scholars, were actually housed in the Academy for the last several years. So we've had a very, very tight relationship with the Peace Scholars. And I'm very happy to be able to open this conference about an absolutely current, serious, most topical issue populated largely by people who have graduated from the Peace Scholar group at USIP. We have a lot to learn from Colombia, and I'm not going to pretend to be able to even say what that is. What occurs to me when I look over the long history of the conflict and the attempts at conflict management and resolution, etc., and what's going on now, is that we can hope that in a year or two or three or however long it takes, that the Colombians will be traveling around the world as the Northern Irish do now, as the South Africans do now, helping other people get through their conflicts because of what they've learned. I would like to just say one word about the Peace Scholars. The Peace Scholar program, and Lily Cole will talk about it a little bit more, but the Peace Scholar program is one of those programs at USIP that if you were going to look at it from the outside, you would say, this is just to help academics. These are fledgling academics who are in the middle of writing their dissertation, and we can help out by giving them a little extra support during one of those years when they're writing it. And in fact, it is one of those wonderful programs that bridges academia and the practitioner world, because all of the Peace Scholars that come in through the program are writing on issues that really are meaningful in the practice of conflict management. So this is really, I think, rather than an academic program, this is really where the two worlds meet in the most fruitful way. So having said that, I'm going to turn over to Lily, and who will talk a little bit more about the Peace Scholars program, and then to Ginny Bouvier, who will introduce the whole subject matter. But please welcome, and I think it's going to be a fascinating day and a half. So, Lily?
Thank you, Pamela, and thank you all for being here today. I'm Lily Cole, and I direct the fellowships program at the U.S. Institute of Peace. And I'm just going to say a few words because I think everyone's here to learn about Colombia, and no one can address that like I think Ginny Bouvier is a figure familiar to all of you, so I'm going to leave her with much of the work of guiding this conference over the next few days. But I did want to say just a few words about what inspired this gathering. The Institute of Peace has several different mechanisms through which we support work that's being done on the practice and the also academic understandings of conflict and what works in conflict management and peace building. We have our fellowships program, one of which is residential. That's a senior fellowship, which brings people to be in residence here at the Institute to do writing and research. We also have the Peace Scholarship Program, which gives awards to young academics, young people writing their dissertations who can be from any country, but it's for people enrolled in doctoral programs at U.S. universities. Both the Senior Fellowship and the Peace Scholarship go back to the very beginning of the Institute and are really, the spirit of that is written into our mandate, goes back to the late 1980s. We have a few other fellowship programs. We also have senior military people who are doing research who are also part of our senior fellowship program, and we have one postdoc who comes from the transatlantic postdoctoral program on international relations and security. And then in addition, you all may know that we have a grants program for people for institutions and people doing projects around the world who are not going to be in residence at the Institute and are not getting not getting their doctoral dissertations. So actually there's really over the years, these programs together have, I have to say, immodestly produced amazing work on conflicts around the world. And I know when I've traveled myself, there have been many, many times when I've met people doing everything from directing documentary films on conflict to working on making libraries, work to bring communities together. And I say, gosh, you should know that, we support work like this through my institution, the U.S. Institute of Peace, and it turns out that already people have support from the Institute. So we're very proud of the reach of those programs. What inspired this meeting today was the charge from the Institute to do more to bring in our peace scholars who typically are out in the field. They didn't actually traditionally come to the Institute at all. In the last few years, we have had an annual conference for whatever the current year of Peace Scholars is. It's usually a group of about 10 or 9 or 10 scholars working on very diverse fields. But traditionally, they did not have as close a relationship to our Institute as the fellows who were in residence here, the more senior fellows. And first we realized that we were probably missing a very important opportunity to bring in these people to make them more part of the USIP's really very broad network around the world and to benefit from the work they continue doing today. And I should say we're also finishing an evaluation of the work of the Peace Scholars over the years, where they teach, where they publish, and what their relationship has been actually to the world of policy and practice. And those results will actually be available, sort of officially finished soon, but the picture that emerges is very impressive. So we had a double sort of mission to find a better way to create ties with our Peace Scholars and also to try to assess what their research is contributing to current and very pressing issues of conflict and peace. And as it turns out, I knew from sort of having the list of former Peace Scholars in my head, and I've been here about 5 years, so I know the Peace Scholars for over 5 years, that we have a very fine representation in the field of Latin American studies among our Peace Scholars, showing how important that area has been to conflict and peace building and to academic studies over the years. And that includes people working throughout the region, but with a really very strong focus on Colombia. So when I first conceived this project, I turned very quickly to Ginny Bouvier and said, I think we have the possibility to have some kind of event in Washington, and it looks like maybe the first topic we should bring back Peace Scholars on is Colombia. And then as we started conceiving of the project and looking at the resources from the Institute, we noticed we also had relevant senior fellow alumni expertise, as well as grantees whose work is very relevant to the conflict in Colombia and especially tied to the current very important peace negotiations going on in Havana. So that is the background to this event today, and I don't want to take much more of your time except to say great thanks for helping to organize this program to probably more actors than I can name here. Obviously, Ginny Bouvier has been a wonderful partner, and Pamela All in the years that this program has been housed in the academy that Pamela has helped build for so many years, as Pamela All has been a great support to this program. And I have to mention, many of you have been in touch with Kelly McCone, who is the research assistant for this program, also directing the evaluation of the program. And she's a very talented graduate student at American University working in economics and conflict, who's brought much more than just the technical management, but a lot of ideas to the planning of this program. And we've had 2 wonderful research assistants who also donate a lot of their time for free, Emily Fornhoff and Caitlin Conklin, who you might also run into and might not even know about their work behind the scenes. And thank you also. We have a wonderful events team here that has really helped to make this possible. So welcome. I hope you can also join us tomorrow, and we're really grateful for you to come and take part in these discussions about such an important topic in current events. Ginny.
Thank you, Lily. I'm Ginny Bouvier, and I head the Colombia conflict team here at the U.S. Institute of Peace. I'd like to say a special word of thanks to Lily Cole and Kelly McCone, I don't know where you are, Kelly, in the back, for all their work putting this program together. I'd also like to thank Pamela All, David Smock, George Lopez, Kristen Lord, and the rest of the USIP team, who are too many to name, for their leadership and support for this initiative. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for coming. We're delighted to have assembled what promises to be a series of stimulating panels, and I express my profound thanks to all the panelists and moderators who've taken the time to come here to share some of their knowledge with us. Likewise, we appreciate the efforts of our audience online. We are webcasting virtually now, and we will be both today and tomorrow. If you're not able to get back for certain portions of the program and you want to tune in at the USIP website, you can find the webcast there. We will be monitoring comments throughout the day from the webcast and also through Twitter. We have a Twitter hashtag, and it's hashtag USIP Colombia. So if you're out there in the virtual world watching and you have some, some comment that you want to send in, please do send it in, and we'll see if we can bring it to the table. When Lily Cole first came to me and said she was thinking about putting together a conference that brought together a group of USIP's current and former peace scholars, I jumped at the chance. I had begun my work at USIP 11 years ago, with the Jennings Randolph Fellowship Program, and have tried to encourage funding of projects on Latin America and Colombia throughout those years. At one point, we were able to have a 3-year special targeted grants program for Colombia, and I think that's been able to seed the world in terms of research and practitioner activities around Colombia in a way that I think we'll see some of the results today in today's conference. Today's meeting comes at an important time of anticipated changes in Colombia with implications for the United States as well. U.S. government policy will face new challenges and opportunities as it looks toward a potential transition in Colombia from a country at war to a country at peace. After 6 months, just to give a little bit of background for those who are not following day in and day out the particulars of the Colombian peace process, after 6 months of secret talks that began between the government of Colombia and the FARC in February 2012, the parties produced a framework agreement with a roadmap and a 6-point agenda. The agenda included agrarian development policy, political participation, ending the conflict, which includes the terms of DDR, or disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration, illicit crops, victims, and a final procedural point regarding monitoring and ratification mechanisms. Peace talks were formally launched in Oslo in Norway last October and began in earnest in November in Havana. This is the first peace process with the FARC in 11 years, and the fourth since the FARC was founded in 1964. In May, the parties reached agreement on the first item on the agenda, rural reforms, and issued an announcement about this called Hacia un nuevo campo colombiano, reforma rural integral, rural agrarian development toward a new Colombian countryside. Nonetheless, the pressure on the table to produce more results faster increases daily. A plunge in President Santos's ratings earlier this month from 46 to 21% since the last poll in June, in the wake of national agrarian strikes and protests that shut down the country in August, has continued to present problems for those at the table. In an interview with RCN La Radio on last Friday, President Juan Manuel Santos reiterated that the moment of definitions is arriving. He suggested that the table could reach more agreements by March 2014, when congressional elections are scheduled. This speculation implicitly revises his earlier calculation that talks would be wrapped up in a matter of months, before the November 2013 deadline for announcing his candidacy for presidential re-election. Nonetheless, the talks proceed apace. The 14th round of talks was completed last week. 5 rounds of talks on the second item, political participation, have yet to produce a final draft agreement, but the parties have noted that during this past cycle, they've made progress in drafting agreements on rights and guarantees for exercise of political opposition, democratic mechanisms for citizen participation, and effective measures for promoting greater participation, equal opportunities, and security guarantees for all sectors. The negotiating teams have been preparing the framework for discussing the other substantive issues on the peace talks agenda as well: illicit crop cultivation, victims, and DDR. These are the subjects of today's panels and tomorrow's panels at USIP. So without further ado, and with this brief introduction to the status of the talks in Havana, I'd like to invite the next panel to the table and introduce briefly Mark Schneider, who will be chairing this and moderating this session. Mark Schneider directs the International Crisis Group's Washington Advocacy Office. He joined the ICG in spring of 2001 as Senior Vice President and Special Advisor on Latin America. He's been a true friend and colleague for all those who have done work on Colombia in this town and throughout the region, and we're delighted that he's able to moderate the session. I'll let you introduce the panelists. Thank you.
I think I'm going to do it right from the chair.
And I'd like to say just a word. You notice 4 men up at the podium, and this at USIP is unthinkable, should be unthinkable in this day and age. But I would just say we had another woman who was on the panel who canceled, and we have an additional woman who is going to be presenting via Skype.
You're forgiven. First, let me thank Ginny and USIP for the opportunity to moderate today's first panel on ending the conflict, armed actors, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. All of us have been holding our collective breath during the Havana negotiations to see whether there finally will be a negotiated end to the conflict, Colombia's 50-year-old civil conflict. As important, will that agreement be implemented? And will it bring sustainable peace to the Colombian people? President Santos, as you've heard from Ginny, and the FARC agreed a year ago in August to address the 6 agenda items in a sequential manner. And despite now having achieved in Havana a detailed accord on the crucial issue of land and rural development, they also agreed that nothing is final until everything is agreed. In fact, producing a viable and sustainable peace agreement requires that virtually every subject that will be discussed in the next day and a half forms part of a final agreement. Crisis Group argued following the inauguration of President Santos that this was the moment for a peace agreement to be negotiated, and nothing has changed our analysis. We argued in a report on transitional justice at Colombia's peace talks, which was published a few weeks ago and launched in Bogota, that resolving the issue of transitional justice is critical to almost every other item on the negotiating agenda and to a sustainable peace agreement. Our President, Luis Arbor, discussed our conclusions of the need for a comprehensive transitional justice agreement with President Santos, former President Uribe, and former President Gaviria, just days ago in separate meetings. That comprehensive proposal entails legal certainty for the FARC after giving up their arms, accountability by both sides for crimes against humanity and other serious international crimes, to respond to the rights of victims, as Colombia is legally bound to do, but in ways that do not make peace impossible. A truth commission, reparation for the victims, and a reintegration process that prevents a repetition of the experience of the paramilitary and the Bakrim. That report's available on the table outside for those who are interested. As our panelists explore the issues involved in moving armed actors through a DDR process that transforms them from combatants to citizens, it might be helpful to consider some of the following questions. How can the process respect the rights of victims, particularly of women and other vulnerable groups, including indigenous and Afro-Colombian communities? Does the DDR process take account of the need to prevent the slaughter of disarmed FARC members by Bakrim or others hired for that purpose who already have targeted human rights activists and attacked beneficiaries of land restitution? Does the DDR process, which will integrate many FARC members into conflict areas where the state has either been absent or present only in military deployments, contemplate the resources required to construct a permanent civilian state presence with health, education, public works, and rule of law institutions, including the Procurador General de Derechos Humanos, Fiscal General, civilian police, and judiciary? In other words, will it build on the lessons learned of the flaws in the consolidation process? Reintegration also has to encompass the political participation of the FARC. So will the election that follows a peace agreement yield enough reforms to the violations of the past exposed in the Parapolitica scandal to ensure that the playing field is relatively level and the contest sufficiently transparent so that if the FARC loses, that they can see for themselves that they lost fairly? And finally, the DDR process itself cannot begin until a peace agreement has been signed and ratified. But if nothing is planned between now and the date the agreement takes effect, the delays in implementing DDR and the other elements to the agreement will be frustrating, destabilizing, and dangerous. So why can't the planning for the likely scenarios for implementing a DDR process begin right now in Bogota and by those donors who are determined to support the process in Oslo, in Brussels, in New York City, and most important, in Washington, and not solely by USAID, but by the entire full range of U.S. government agencies? And with those comments, let me turn to our distinguished panel, each of whom has been asked to speak for some 10 to 15 minutes. And while their bios are detailed in the paper, let me introduce them quite quickly. First speaker will be Dr. Mark Chernick, director of the Center for Latin American Studies and professor in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown. He also serves as director of the Georgetown Los Andes Program on Conflict Resolution and Human Rights at the University of Los Andes in Bogota. Mark taught for several years at Colombia's national universities as one of our foremost analysts of the Colombia conflict. Why don't I begin there and I'll introduce the others.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mark?
Thank you very much, Mark. What I'm going to do, since I'm the first speaker, I want to give a broader overview of DDR, because Colombia has an exceptionally long experience in DDR before the concept of DDR even existed. One needs to look at the entirety of this conflict. The FARC was founded in 1964, but the conflict really has endured since the mid-1940s. And I argue anyway, and I think it's best to look at the broad arc of Colombian violence from the 40s till today, because really since the 1940s, anyone born in Colombia after that day has not known a day of peace. In the 40s and 50s, of course, it was a different kind of war, which is why some people separate it out and say this is a separate war. But it was a war between elite-dominated parties, liberals and conservatives. What's interesting about that is that in 1953, there was an amnesty. There was not a declared, but basically a imposed ceasefire. There was, you might have recalled, I don't want to go through Colombian history, but there was a coup d'etat engineered by the leadership of both parties, and an amnesty was offered, and some 20,000 liberal guerrillas handed in their arms. If you look at that regionally, that happened in the Llanos Orientales mostly. And subsequently, it's very famous, and this is a pattern which is going to repeat itself after every peace process, after every amnesty. Leadership of those guerrillas came to Bogota, sought some degree of political participation, and were assassinated. The most famous case, of course, being that of Guadalupe Salcedo. The other side of this story, many of the liberal guerrillas did not hand in their arms. And those have been associated, what are called the liberales comunes, those associated in the Andean region. We don't have a map here, but the Llanos are east of the Andes. Those in the Andean region, the coffee zones, kept their arms. They didn't accept the amnesty. They didn't accept the ceasefire. And that group, by the way, and this is why I insist on looking at the arc of the conflict, that group forms the nucleus of the FARC. The first generation of the FARC comes out of that area. 1957, just as a definitive peace between the two parties, liberal and conservatives, is put into place, which created a power-sharing agreement, which is to last most of the rest of the 20th century. A second amnesty is formed. But here it's interesting. Nobody's talking about reintegration. That language doesn't exist yet. But what did exist was in 1957, in 1958, with the first National Front government, there were regional plans for development, taking ex-combatants, ex-soldiers, communities affected by violence, and promoting regional development, not in the whole country, but in those areas most affected. That's an idea which sticks. Now, the war didn't end with the National Front. It converts from a partisan war to a guerrilla war against two elite powers. Jump ahead to the 1980s, because we have little activity in DDR from the 50s to the 80s. But beginning in 1982, President of Colombia offers to negotiate with the FARC, with the M19, with the EPL, the ELN who turned them down, and a few smaller guerrilla groups. The model then, based on the previous experience, is quite interesting. The model was amnesty. Up until this point, the model has always been amnesty. And the language used in Colombian Spanish, borrón y cuenta nueva. You forget the past and you start over. And that was basically the foundation of any negotiations. But with that, Betancourt created a new institute from the presidency, which he called, and this experience is lost and isn't part of the discussion, but needs to be revived, what he called the PNR, the National Rehabilitation Plan. The National Rehabilitation Plan picks up that knowledge from the 50s, but institutionalizes it and puts money in it too, and the idea was invest in the areas most affected in the violence. Invest in those affected by the violence, victims, in the language of today, but not then, infrastructure, governance, democratic participation, PNR, the National Rehabilitation Plan. That first peace process fails, as one knows, very dramatically in many ways. The next president, Barco, takes this idea of the PNR, and again, we don't have, DDR is not a concept yet. He takes the idea of PNR and he called it, La política de conciliación, normalización y rehabilitación. The national plan for reconciliation, normalization, and rehabilitation. And again, it was about investing in the zones of violence, investing in communities, investing in victims, investing in demobilized combatants. And then when Barco opens up a peace process, dialogue, it was very interesting. The only issue on the agenda, really, was about the conversion of an armed movement into a political actor. When they negotiated with the M19 in 1989, 1990, with the M19 handing in their arms in 1990, they signed a pact for peace and democracy. And the idea was, how do you transfer the M19 into a political party? That was the center of what today we call DDR. And when they came in, they were given guarantees to present candidates for Congress. They were given guarantees for president. They, of course, fielded a slate for a special special election for a constituent assembly. They won a third of the votes, 28% of the votes, and became a co-leadership of that. Things to facilitate that conversion, President Gaviria gives, and actually starts with Barco, they give the M19, in typical old clientelistic fashion, they give the Ministry of Health. So the Minister of Health became a member of the M19, and all the main positions with the Minister of Health became the M19. That was the focus. They also, at the same time, negotiate with the EPL, who also forms a political party, and the Quintin Lame. The idea is the conversion of armed actor into political party social movement. There were elements of how to deal with individuals. There were taxis given to former combatants. There was some grants for education. All of that was there, but that was not the main focus of what the idea of DDR is. I bring this history up because we have this long history of war and we have a long history of peacemaking and what today we call DDR. Little of it's remembered, but all of this changes, of course. It all changes. There's a third peace process with the FARC, of course, in 1998 to 2002, which doesn't go forward. That model, that was the last time the two parties could come together and think that we can give an amnesty and move on. Because 1998 is the Rome Treaty, of course, and the ICC opens up its door in 2003. But in 1998, that old model, we're going to have an amnesty and we're going to convert to political parties, is still in place. That breaks down. And then everything changed. This whole debate changes. For one, academics and policymakers are articulating something called DDR. DDR, demobilization, disarmament, reintegration. Language is a little different than the Colombian language. Although, if you look at that language is attached to peace building. It happens post-conflict in the early literature. First you make peace, and then you look at how you reintegrate former combatants. And there was a lot of looking over the failures in Central America, et cetera. Post-2002 in Colombia, and I think Colombia is in the vanguard, although we see echoes of this around the world. DDR is now a concept, but the Colombians change it. They change it looking at now DDR as not as a post-conflict tool, but as a way to impact the course of the war, the violence, and the conflict. And the Ministry of Defense developed something called an individual demobilization program. And the Ministry of Defense invites ex-combatants to hand in their arms, come in, and then a process will be made to reintegrate into society. Eventually, a civilian side is created, a few institutes which ultimately become the Colombian Agency for Reintegration. So it starts off with as military. It's seen as a way to take combatants out of the conflict, and it's seen as a military intelligence tool. First, you use it as an intelligence source, and you bring them in. And ACR, the Colombian Agency for Reintegration, now has developed all sorts of experience about how to take a combatant and bring him to civilian life. The next part of DDR happens when there's negotiations for the first time, not with a guerrilla armed opposition movement, but with a state, with an actor which supports the state, which we call the paramilitaries. That's usually you don't negotiate with the ally, you negotiate with the opposition. But that model, and this is the model that everyone carries, and the Ministry of Defense and the Agency of Colombian Agency of Reintegration carries, is demobilized combatants. And that was a collective demobilization. 32,000 ex-paramilitaries hand in their arms, and they go through a process of reintegration. But it's individual process. It's not about converting a movement into a party, an armed movement into a party. It's about individual. That process has now been institutionalized. It's getting better. I'm not going to evaluate that, and I think some of the other panelists will talk about the kind of program which is called DDR today. But I'm going to say this as I close. Going forward, understanding this history, going forward, if one talks to the ACR officials, those in charge of reintegration, they have the model which currently exists in their head. If you ask them, they say, well, we have all this experience, we've learned a lot, we've taken combatants and we've brought them to civilian life, we can handle another 20,000 FARC. And actually the calculus, if the Ministry of Defense says there's 8,000 FARC, they multiply that by 3. So, because each combatant comes with family members and the support networks, so, or 3 or 4, so 24 to 32,000. Yeah, we can handle that. We have the program set up. They'll just come in and we'll put them through our route. They call it the route of reintegration. There's 7 steps and we'll graduate them, the whole bit. Now, one scenario is the Colombian government insists that that's the model, that they're going to sign an agreement with the FARC and they're going to use that model. I think the FARC's going to be very resistant to that model. But frankly, talking to many people in Colombia, I think it's a mixed bag of where they're going to go. I think the government's convinced they can go that way. What many scholars are talking about, what the FARC seems to be suggesting, is they want to learn from the earlier experiences. The centerpiece of DDR, now called DDR, is about the conversion of an armed movement into a political party. The centerpiece has to be the collective transformation of the FARC into a social and political movement. Just as it was, for all its flaws, that was the model before. And with that has to be something about integrating ex-combatants into communities, but not isolated. What you hear today when you talk to ex-combatants in communities is that the ex-combatants are stigmatized. You know, these guys, nobody wants them. There has to be a program which doesn't just focus on ex-combatants, but focuses on community, victims, ex-combatants, and that brings other aspects that are on the table in Havana, such as transitional justice and land. If you put all that together, it sounds a little like the National Rehabilitation Plan conceived in the 80s, or even the National Front Plan of 57. That was the model. And that's lost history. Ask any official in ACR if they know what any of this stuff is, and they'll say no, because they've just never. And yet, scholars are beginning, and activists are beginning to say, and particularly a vocal group from the former combatants with the ELN, former combatants with the M19, all of them are saying there are other ways to look at this. Look at what we did. Let's expand on that. So I don't know which, I think the tension at the table is going to be between those two models. If we get an agreement in Havana, those are the tension. If we don't get an agreement with Havana, then DDR as a counterinsurgency tool, as a way to take combatants out, that will just go forward and expand, et cetera. Although most of the studies that have been done say it's not effective in lessening the violence, it's not effective in reintegrating. But that's where it goes if there's no accord in Havana. If there is, the tension's going to be between these two models. What should be done, frankly, if I had to give advice, if I could give advice, is this has to be a decentralized model. The process of reintegration is going to be different in every region. It's going to be different in indigenous communities, and there's a lot of indigenous guerrilla, and Afro-descendant communities and regions. All of that should be decentralized. It should not be a nationally led program like it exists today. It should be integrated with the municipalities, the departments. And probably at the national level, there should be some presidential agency which doesn't just focus on DDR, ex-combatants, into citizens, but into broader post-conflict peace construction that can integrate land, transitional justice, conversion of armed movements into political parties, victims' rights. All of that needs to be looked holistically, and it's got to be overseen, a process which is fundamentally decentralized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Next, we're going to hear from Alex Patel, current peace scholar at Harvard, whose dissertation analyzes the Individual Deserters Program for humanitarian attention to the demobilized in the Colombian Ministry of Defense. Alex?
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you to USIP for putting together this wonderful forum. For me, it's an honor to be on this panel and amidst so many scholars who are Colombianistas, whose work I've been reading and admiring for so long. And I think I'm going to have to kind of rework my presentation on the fly just because Mark really covered so much great ground, and we seem to be in agreement on many points. But like so many of you here, I've been thinking a lot about the current moment in Colombia. And while anthropologists are notorious for complicating matters and always pointing to how things are more difficult than they seem, I wanted to kind of go the other direction and offer an image. And the image that I have in my head of this problem, which, as Mark has pointed out, is a historical problem trying to take a movement that's in arms and try to convert it into a political party is the image of a gaseosa, a postabon, that's been trucked around the country for 60 years. And it's been going from Caquetá, from Mocoa to Maicao. It's been in Urabá in the heat. It's been on a C-130 Hercules traveling around, bumpy landings, and it's filled with pressure. And the government has its thumb on the bottle opener and wants to let the pressure out slowly. Like a little, but there's a problem. It doesn't know how much pressure is in the bottle. It's been 60 years. It's been very hot out there. There's been many rough landings. And it doesn't want the liquid to come out and explode like a volcano. The top shouldn't come off and pop the president in the eye. So you have a series of tools to do that. I mean, since the late 1980s, these tools have been articulated in an idiom of transnational policy expertise, transitional justice, and one of those key tools is what we call DDR, demilitarization, demobilization, and reintegration policy. And as Mark's genealogy points out, there's a shift in 2003. President Uribe comes to power. There's the Decreto 128. We have to speak in terms of decretos and resoluciones. Like good Colombians, we need to know all the laws. And suddenly, as Mark pointed out, DDR is a tool of the counterinsurgency. Now, the UN model is that it's a means of implementing a peace agreement. This is what comes after a peace agreement. Of course, that's still elusive in Colombia. And it's a way of extricating people from the conflict. Now, for 2 years, I've just returned from Colombia, 2 years of ethnographic research, taking kind of a fine comb to one of these two demobilization processes. The first, which I kind of bracketed out, there's a lot of really good scholarly production about the paramilitary demobilization or the collective demobilization. And that's not my topic so much, but it's worth just highlighting the basics of the paramilitary demobilization, which happened between 2003 and 2006. Demobilizations were highly performative. They were done in front of cameras. They were done regionally. And the main problems were the fact that many people rearmed. Suddenly you have Bakrim very quickly emerged. People who were on the list never belonged to the paramilitaries. The leaders of the paramilitaries went, some of them extradited to US jails, never really subjected to justice in Colombia. At the same time, there has been important supports to the record of truth. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out, particularly the Grupo de Memoria Histórica right now is compiling a report with the acuerdos. It's a series of reports that's based on thousands and thousands of interviews with the paramilitaries, which is really shedding light on the reach of paramilitarism in Colombia. Now, the individual demobilization program is what I've been studying, and one of my central points is this is not demobilization. This is a desertion program. And in Taiwan, in the 1998 to kind of 2002 period, you had a presidential commission for reinsertion. And when the military retakes the Taiwan after February of 2002, you have a lot of people who were in the Taiwan who begin to leave. And while this reinsertion program was being run by former M19 rebels who were very clear that they wanted to get people out of the conflict, you had a few influential colonels who were there and were recognizing the value that the information these deserters had. So when the program is reconstituted in 2003, the Ministry of Defense is in the lead for the first two parts of the process, the demilitarization, receiving the people, and the demobilization. Supposedly, the demilitarization, when you're on the military base, is not supposed to take more than 15 days, and you're supposed to be certified and passed on to the presidential civilian agency within 2 months. In my experience speaking to former rebels, that's not the case. Those periods are much longer. And what's happening in those initial 2 stages, as one colonel expressed to me with a graphic hand gesture, the demobilized are being wrung for information. And it's really hard to overestimate how important that information has been to some of the military successes of the last 10 years. I mean, in a way, the Colombian government has managed to come up with a mechanism to receive, fresh, accurate, actionable intelligence without resorting to torture and the delegitimacy of the state that brings. It's not to say that torture is not happening right now, but you have an alternative means of getting, what is sacred to the national security state, and that's really accurate and actionable intelligence. So this all by means of a synthesis of the last 10 years and where that's left DDR. And my point is, it's left DDR terribly delegitimized, both because of the experiences with the paramilitaries. Even President Santos comes out and has kind of critical words to say about the paramilitary demobilization, and also in the communities that receive these former rebels. Oftentimes, former rebels, they arrive to military bases, they're scared, they're in legal limbo. The FARC's propaganda has told them they'll be killed the moment they turn themselves in. They don't know what their rights are. They have no economic support. They're really in a gray zone. And the military is able to use that and really exploit that to get people to say, where are the stashes of weapons, drugs, money? Come with us, put on the pixelated camouflage, put the gun on your shoulder, and help us navigate the terrain, because ultimately this is a guerrilla war, and the vast advantage that the FARC does have is knowing the terrain. So you have people acting as military guides, and to my friends in political science who have had discussions with about this, and they'll conduct surveys with former rebels and ask, well, about these questions, about this kind of moment of the first weeks, days, months of the demobilization. It doesn't come up in the surveys, but in my experience, as you spend more and more time with the former rebels, an impressive percentage of people have been through this experience, and that really marks the trajectory of reintegration. No matter how sophisticated the ruta de integración is, the ACR may design, ultimately, you're very marked by how you're received. And some of the military people who are running the intelligence battalions now have had 5-6 years of dealing with demobilization, and there's somewhat of a culture change within the Ministry of Defense, and many of the colonels are talking about the need to seduce the rebels. So they'll take them to the ocean, or they'll buy them a meal, or they'll give them a cell phone minute, and there's this kind of process of the enemies kind of working together. Okay, so where does that leave us going forward? And my point here is that the last 10 years of DDR has really delegitimized DDR. So I come to some similar conclusions that Mark does. And that is, we should go back to the status quo ante, before DDR was used as a counterinsurgency mechanism. We should demilitarize the DDR process. Given the last 10 years, that's going to be very difficult to do. So, granted, it's very difficult to do. My second recommendation would be to lower the profile of DDR. There's a media dimension here, and people, and anthropologists in particular, who write about peace processes, write about the performative dimension, right? The truth commissions, the whole truth never comes out. There's no such thing as a whole truth. but the story that gets told for the cameras is very important, and lower the profile of DDR, nest it within other peace policies, have it articulated with the land, what's going to happen in the rural areas. Now, the problem here is you start to come up with very complex policies that are necessarily interrelated, and it feeds into a kind of historical problem of the Colombian state, which is overestimating its own capacity. We see it now with the law of land and victims. So how do we come up with a peace policy that's nested and tries to take account for the utterly interrelated nature of these problems, while at the same time recognizing the limitations of the state, particularly in the regions? The second point also very much echoes Mark's point of, many of the people in the individual demobilization program, they camouflage themselves in the cities. The anonymity of the cities is their greatest ally. Of course, the moment they leave the FARC, there's a sword of Damocles hanging over their head, and the FARC tries them in absentia, and while in few cases the FARC has hunted down kind of deserters just for deserting, the people who are collaborating more with the military, and it's easy to figure out who they are, because suddenly all the carretas, all the stashes are being kind of invaded. They are very actively targeted, right? So that's one more reason why this current individual demobilization keeps people involved in the war rather than extricating them from the conflict as demobilization. The ethos of demobilization, as per its technocratic definition by the United Nations, has defined it. So the more communal you can make it, the better. There are experiences, particularly with the Quintin-Lami and other indigenous groups, where you can give people a sense of belonging. When people are in the city, they're desarraigado, they're rootless. And it makes for a very precarious life, insofar as you can reconnect people with their social networks, their kin networks, and to do that in their own territorios. That's a good thing. And here the FARC's command structure, if the FARC does demobilize in its entirety, I'm sure there's bound to be some minor dissidences, but my sense is you have a very vertical organizational structure which can play to your advantage. And I think any reintegration program really needs to think through how it's using particularly the middle commanders who've been the link. We imagine the Ivan Marqueses, the Santriches, this kind of leadership that's in Havana will go off and do politics under some arrangement. But the middle commanders will be left with the relative mando at the regional level, the regional leadership, and they become really important. And along the same lines of thinking, I can't help but think, and this would be a pretty experimental as far as I know in Colombia, but integrating about 15% of the FARC's combatants into Colombian military units, I think would go a long way to building trust among the parties. I think it can be done in a way that's safe. I think the security forces can feel safe about that. You can take people who are active in one area, move them to another part of the country. And what I've seen is a strong sense of affinity, and it's a class-based affinity between the people who are sub-officials, or they're not majors and colonels, but these, the kind of rank and file of the Colombian military, who are living with the former rebels who are coming from, generally a peasant-based extraction. There's an affinity of class, and people play soccer together, and people get along, and this would be a really interesting and I think effective way of taking a lot of the DDR experiences where you do kind of merge the armed forces. We're not talking about a full-on merging, but I've interviewed many former rebels who've said, they miss fighting. You know, the military lifestyle is a lifestyle. There's a lot of social theory that talks about how habits are forged on a daily basis that are repeated and ingrained over months and years. So that would be my last recommendation. I have more, but I very much look forward to the Q&A. So thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Dr. James Jones, whose work on democracy and governance, migration and resettlement, conflict resolution, labor relations, rural and regional development spans countries both in this region and beyond, but particularly in Colombia. Jim?
Thank you very much, Mark. I'd like also to thank the organizers, and particularly Jenny Bouvier, for inviting me to share my thoughts with you. And also thank you for coming to listen. I should say that my nameplate here says James Jones, USAID. That's not quite right, okay. I'm not a member of USAID. I would be proud to be a member of USAID, but I think I should flag that in order not to besmirch any friends and colleagues who are with the agency, okay? I think both Mark and Alex have done a pretty good job of laying the groundwork for what I'm going to say. I'm going to try to use PowerPoint. I'm not a great fan of PowerPoint, and my wife reminded me that there is such a thing that's called death by PowerPoint. And I noticed that the screens are over here to your left, and I'm not sure what seeing those screens is going to involve. So let me try a couple of slides, and if you feel that that's not comfortable for you, then I can do without the PowerPoint and just go and try to make the points that I would like to make. So let me start. Reintegration is what I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to talk about it both generically and specifically. That is to say, I will try to tie some of these concepts into what I know about Colombia. I've worked a lot in Colombia. I was in the country for an extended period this year, looking at a lot of these issues. So I will try to use something of what I have learned and put it in the framework. Reintegration is really the key to DDR, especially if you're talking about using DDR as an instrument of peace as opposed to an instrument for counterinsurgency. And I think Mark Chernick did a pretty good job of providing some historical background to show how what is now called DDR has evolved over the last, well, 50 years, I guess, Mark. So I'm not entirely comfortable with the term reintegration, simply because the people we're talking about were never integrated to begin with. So if you say reintegration, the implication is that you're returning them to something of a pre-conflict state, and that pre-conflict state is where all the problems are. And they would not have taken up arms had they been integrated. And I think the difference between reintegration and integration is a lot more than semantic. Because if peace is going to be achieved, then there have to be some rather dramatic alterations in the pre-conflict status quo. I think as Mark pointed out, the notion of reintegration, I'll use the term because that's what everybody now uses, okay, but please understand that It's not a good term. Until about 2003, I guess, thereabouts, reinsertion was the term that was used. And the program at that time was managed by the Minister of the Interior. And the military played a very, very important role in it. Reinsertion at that time was basically short term. I mean, there was an effort to deal with issues, with psychosocial, psychological issues, getting employment for demobilized ex-combatants. But the notion of what was really involved was rather inadequate. And I remember when I was doing interviews in 2002, at the end of the Pastrana administration, beginning of Uribe, I talked with a lot of demobilized FARC. Some had been captured, and others had defected. And anecdotal evidence alone suggested that something like 50% of all of them returned to fight. They went with the AUC, basically, at that time. Well, reintegration has evolved substantially since that time. And we'll look at some of how one might characterize it now, characterize it today. I think there's a useful framework for analysis of the whole reintegration process, okay? And it is a process. And I've tried to draw it up here in a very simplistic way. You have the individual ex-combatant you have to deal with as an individual, as a person. But the reintegration is going to take place in some sort of community where that individual is going to interact with other individuals. And then you have the greater society, which includes government and whatnot, policies and whatnot that are going to have an impact on this whole dynamic process between the individual and the community. Is the PowerPoint of use to anybody or not? I'm not sure. Do you want me to stay with it or just abandon it? You want me to, no, I can go either way. Huh?
How many for staying with it? How many for abandoning? Stay with it.
Okay, I'll stay with it. All right.
How many are apathetic?
So let me focus in for a few minutes on the individual reintegration route, what's called the reintegration route. And there's several issues that need to be addressed, okay? The route has to address the needs of the particular individual, the ex-combatant, but also of the ex-combatant's family. If you leave the family out, it's not likely to be sustainable. And there's a tendency to forget that. The whole process of reintegration also needs to be very individualized. That is to say, it has to take account of diversity among individuals. And that diversity can be ethnic, or indigenous, or Afro-Colombian. It can be gender. It can be age. Or location in the life cycle is very important. Education, health, the armed group that the individual comes from, whether it's FARC, ELN, or AUC, and also whether it's rural or urban in origin. All of those make for different kinds of individuals and make for a difference in the material that you have to work with, okay, at the individual level. And the categories obviously overlap substantially. Just in the context of age, for example, I remember when I was, again, interviewing around 2001 at former combatants, there was a study that was never published. It was kept under wraps, and at any rate, I got a copy of it from some friends who were with the M19 and who were managing the effort. And at that time, about 19% of the insurgent now, ex-combatants, in the reinsertion program, as it was called at the time, entered the insurgent ranks between the ages of 10 and 14. 47% entered between the age of 15 and 19. So the conclusion of that is about 66% of those in the program had entered the insurgent ranks between the age of 10 and 19. Now, that probably hasn't changed all that much. I haven't seen the figures, more recent figures. I didn't get a chance to look at them this year. But so let me deal now with some of the major issues. Health is a huge issue. Many of the ex-combatants have very serious health problems. They can be mental or they can be physical. A lot of combat-related physical disabilities, loss of limbs, loss of an eye, other problems that have been acquired during the period under conflict. And then the mental disabilities also are staggering. Disabilities coming from the trauma of war. Many of these people have seen some pretty awful things. It's affected them. And I think the trauma of war, you have to see this on top of another very important fact, is that these are people from very marginal socioeconomic strata. They're vulnerable. They're extremely vulnerable. So all of this means that you need professional care. And that professional care is of a kind that is in very short supply in Colombia, as it is in many of the other Latin American countries. And even here in the States, we know that we have a challenge to deal with the PTSD. So it's this way in Colombia as well. The healthcare issue is critical for women, whether women as active combatants or whether women as the family of active combatants. It's useful to recall that between 35 and 40% of FARC rebels are women. Very high number. And these female combatants have suffered a lot of sexual abuse. I know when I was conducting interview, I talked with female ex-combatants, and there was a lot of abuse on the part of the comandantes. Okay. The combatant origins, whether FARC, ELN, or AUC. The FARC, of course, are rural in origin. Education levels are typically low. AUC are typically urban in origin, and they're better educated. The FARC are very conversant with a rural agricultural life. The FARC are typically more disciplined than the AUC, and they're more inured to the rigors of war. I had a nice talk with a psychologist who compared the two different groups. The FARC have experienced a lot of ideological indoctrination, and they're more conscious of being from an underclass. The ELN are probably more like the AUC with regard to urban origins. The community is also a very, very important unit in reintegration, and there's a tendency to overlook that. Reintegration begins at the local level, and it has to be bottom-up and not top-down. It's largely top-down at present in Colombia. The dynamic between the individual and the community is very, very important. The community itself, the kind of community it is, also affects the whole reintegration process. Ethnicity, for example. I was in northern Cauca talking with one of the indigenous leaders, an area that's experienced, even still experiences a lot of conflict. A lot of the young indigenous people have gone with insurgents, with the FARC in particularly. I don't know how many, but the whole process of bringing them back in is, they have their own process, and it starts with a sort of a spiritual indoctrination, a re-indoctrination to bring them back into the group. This kind of thing is not considered by the government program. Something very similar, I think you find with the Afro-Colombians in the traditional communities with the palenques, okay, along the coastal regions from Panama south to the Ecuadorian border. A stigma is something that profoundly affects these people. Employers are reluctant to hire ex-combatants. And there are at least two reasons. One is educational level, but the other reason is that they're afraid of extortion. Extortion is very widespread in Colombia. That's a huge problem, and I think that any program that's going to try to accommodate a large number of individuals, the state's going to have to come in and provide some sort of employment. Also, an issue that Mark, I think, pointed out at the beginning was the protection for the ex-combatants. All right, there's a real fear on the part of these ex-combatants that what might happen to them. So there'll have to be some provisions of that. And there have been some instances, several instances of demobilized having been assassinated under conditions that are often not very clear. The whole process of reintegration is going to require a lot of support, local support, municipal level, the level of the gobernación, and also international support. And there is a resource challenge, and it's both human and monetary. There's also a challenge of coordination. Coordination between agencies, both vertical coordination, that is between the center and the periphery, between the gobernación and the municipios, is not very good. And the horizontal coordination at a particular level between government agencies, between ministries, for example, is a historical problem in Colombia. So if you're talking about demobilizing, say the FARC and resettling them, you're going to have roads, you're going to have agricultural support, healthcare, education. All that's going to require a lot of coordination, and that's going to be something of a challenge. So I think my final observations, since 2003, as Mark Chernick pointed out, the whole reintegration program has focused really largely on the AUC. The whole tone of it, okay, has been built around the AUC. That may not be valid, okay, for the future reintegration efforts. Also, the BACRIM, the criminal bans, have expanded tremendously, okay, in very recent years. And so that has implications for reintegration. I mean, if you have people in a community that's a poor community, and they don't have the services they need, they can't find a job, and you have BACRIM in the area, then they're going to be very tempted to go and join one of the armed groups in order to feed the families. The compromise between peace and justice, I think at some point it becomes a zero-sum game. You want more peace, you have less justice. And those are decisions that are going to have to be worked out. Well, I had some other things, but I think I'm going to just say thank you and cut it short at this point, and maybe we can deal with some of these issues in the Q&A. All right? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. Our next participant is going to be available on the screen to your right. Winifred Tate is an assistant professor of anthropology at Colby College and the author of Counting the Dead, The Culture and Politics of Human Rights Activism in Colombia. Her research includes an exploration of the origins of the U.S. aid package known as Plan Colombia and women's responses to political violence and the illicit economy in Putumayo and Córdoba. Winnie, I believe that you are here?
Actually, coming. The Casper that goes down. This guy is sleepy. This guy.
hear me? Yes, we can. Welcome. Excellent. Well, first I'd like to thank Jenny. I wish I could be there. I feel like I'm getting all of the work and none of the fun parts of a conference, which is actually being there and be able to talk to people. And the really important parts in the conversations afterwards, but hopefully we'll have some time for discussion, and I can catch up with many of you at a later time. So I wanted to talk as a good anthropologist, taking off of some of what Alex said, is pointing out the complexities and how things are hard, but I really wanted to just raise a couple questions about the broader political context that these conversations are occurring in, and where these, the intersection with this larger political context could really prove interesting and challenging for the current DDR or the possible future DDR efforts. Those of you who, and I'm assuming most of you are familiar with the DDR literature, which tends to be extremely technocratic, a lot of the flow charts, and there's been a lot of talk about how we really need to look at the component parts of those flow charts, but I'd also like to suggest that we need to look at the broader context that those charts are located within as we think about how these programs and processes go forward. So I'm going to talk about three areas. One is land, one is human rights, and finally gender. So first I wanted to talk about the ways in which the transformation of Colombian rural life is something that's going to be very present as part of this process. Obviously the FARC emerged as a rural, from rural communities. Land has always been a large part of their political platform and their demands. If you remember Marulanda's speech in the beginning of the previous round, still counting the chickens that they lost during the attacks in the very early days in Marcatalia. So this identity as a rural force has certainly evolved over time, but remains a very central part both of their troops and of their political agendas. And it also has a lot to do with where troops could go as this process continues and emerges. But as we all have seen, and particularly in the last couple weeks, the Colombian rural sector is in crisis, and dramatically we saw these rural protests, 3 weeks of massive agrarian protests, at least 14 protesters killed, hundreds injured, a lot of discontent about the ways in which larger agrarian policies are impacting the rural population. There's certainly larger structural issues with the ongoing impact of the free trade agreement with the United States and how that's going to further transform rural life, but also the impact of the conflict on rural life, and in particular the so-called reverse agrarian reform that we've seen, where drug traffickers and paramilitary groups bought up an estimated as 6 million hectares of land. And then all of this has contributed to what is currently an extremely unequal land tenure system. USAID reports that less than 1% of the population owns more than half of Colombia's best land. Colombia's Gini coefficient is about 0.86. Clearly the degree to which land tenure remains a very big issue. Obviously, President Santos is trying to address this and other issues with the Victims and Land Restitution Law of 2011, made it a flagship program for his administration. But the program has encountered many serious challenges that I think will only be escalating at the very same time that these talks with the FARC and the possible demobilization process goes forward. So 2 years into the process, this law was passed in 2011. We have a total of about 10,500 hectares of land returned to 218 families. And to compare, to date, there's been a total of 2 million hectares claimed by almost 30,000 family representatives. So we've seen 0.7% of the claims resolved so far. And this is due to a lot of factors. It's due to the complexity of land occupation, Article 99, which privileges agribusiness that have gone into those lands and been occupying them and developing them over the claims of people who want to return to that land, the use of armed actors to prevent people from claiming, and escalating violence. And I think this is really going to be a site that's going to be exploding as we think about post-conflict violence. I think this issue of violence around land is going to be a central site to date in this process, even despite the minimal progress that's been made. A number of land restitution activists have been assassinated. Human Rights Watch, very conservative figures at 17. Human rights groups in Colombia put the number at 66. But those, the number of threats are escalating, and the violence is really going to be growing. So I think a central question as this process moves forward is, what is it going to mean for the possible demobilization and the land restitution process if they're moving forward at the same time? Is this going to be something that's going to become identified with a possible FARC political platform, further delegitimized, further stigmatized? Is that violence against demobilized combatants going to be intersecting with this violence against land rights activists? Secondly, I want to talk about human rights claims and accountability in current debates in Colombia. And I was thinking about the panel tomorrow on memory, and one of the things that I didn't see was the ways in which, or hopefully can develop through that conversation, are the memories of violence that are being produced by elite sectors. So right now what we have is a very different moment for demobilization in terms of the institutionalization of human rights organizations, but also the political alignment of actors using human rights framework to push for specific kinds of political policies and changes. The category of victim is an incredible political space, a central location for claiming political legitimacy and citizenship in relation to the state and state services. So one of the things that's been very interesting to me is the way that through this process, Colombian elites are claiming the category of victim for themselves, being the direct victims of the armed conflict in a way that is really distinct in Latin America because of the high levels of kidnapping in particular, and the ways in which the stories of kidnapping by the guerrillas has become a central narrative in the history of the Colombian armed conflict. And thinking through the ways in which kidnapping has become an emblematic crime for particular groups in Colombia. And it's interesting to look at the emblematic cases that were produced by the Historical Memory Commission. Of course, they produced a report on kidnapping, but it was very much focused on statistics. They did not do the same kind of narrative development focused on a particular community and case work for kidnapping. I was talking to one of the members of the commission this past weekend at another conference, and she was saying it was primarily because of economic concerns, but at the same time you see the ways in which this crime in particular has a very different political and historical valence. In my research, which has been conducting interviews with regional elites on the North Atlantic coast of Colombia, I've been really struck by the way they continually come back to kidnapping, discussing it as a collective crime. So this is no longer something that's discussed as affecting individuals and communities, but using a framework of our entire town was kidnapped, our entire department was kidnapped. So positioning these crimes as collective rather than individual, and putting them into accountability narratives that really locate the guerrillas as being responsible for the entire chain of violence. So a narrative that begins with everything was fantastic, we had our haciendas, we were doing all this great stuff for the community, the guerrillas arrived, they ruined everything, we had to arm ourselves and become paramilitaries to defend ourselves. And things got a little out of hand because of the drug trade, but basically it's all because these guerrillas arrived and forced us to do these terrible crimes. They don't use the terrible crime language. That's my summation. At the same time, we have political leaders like former Vice President Pacho Santos, who I remember very clearly in a meeting in 2003 with NGO representatives in Washington when he was trying to explain the administrative reparations program. So this initial reparations program without investigations, without truth, his line then was, Colombians can't handle the truth. We need to just get these cash payments out of the way and then we'll move on. He's now going around putting up billboards throughout the country saying, no peace with impunity, comparing Ivan Marquez to Pablo Escobar. Who killed more police is the question that he's asking on these billboards. In an April interview, he very clearly stated the guerrillas are the father of the paramilitaries. So again, locating guerrillas as being not only responsible for the acts they directly committed, but for unleashing this chain of violence. Now, these narratives, I think, are really important in this particular moment because they're both undercutting these land rights efforts and land return efforts, and they're also exonerating Colombian local elites from their historic participation, both in the illegal drug trade, but also in paramilitary violence as a means not of counterinsurgency, but of safeguarding their land holdings. And I heard this version very succinctly from a businessman rancher in Cesar who began his story, soy una víctima, I am a victim. Been kidnapped in the 1980s and going on to critique land restitutions as a fraud. These lands are being returned to people who never worked the land, who were put in this position by the guerrillas. And these stories are not simply circulating in the regional country clubs of provincial capitals, but it's also become a central narrative in popular culture. And this is my current favorite thing about Colombia, through these soap operas that are becoming a major site of reconstructing historical memory that are being shown every night in Colombian evening television, very focused on the drug trade. Many people heard the kind of highbrow version of this was a soap opera focused on Pablo Escobar. But more recently, from January until June, there was a soap opera that was focused on the three paramilitary drug trafficking brothers of the Castaño family, real life founders of the paramilitary groups, and goes through their history, portrays events in Colombia from that period up until the mid-2000s, and are making a very specific kind of political claim in how we understand the intersection of criminal and political violence and how we think about who's responsible for this violence. And these are very self-conscious historical projects. So the screenwriters, the actors talk about themselves as wanting to teach Colombians about the history. When I was in Cordoba and Cesar, people talk about watching them as a way to learn what happened, as a way of understanding what happened in their region. So these are very much the site of historical futures. So what I'm thinking about in terms of these, this production of a story about Colombian history and what happened and who's responsible for it, what does this mean in a time when the guerrillas are trying to come, if not back into Colombian political life for the first time? And what does it mean if people are now saying you are responsible for not only guerrilla violence, but for the subsequent paramilitary violence as well? And just a side step on that, on extradition, I think it's very interesting to think of the ways in which extradition has been used as a political tool, very much deployed in the previous as a way, largely understood as a way to get paramilitaries out of the country when they began testifying about the relationships between military and government officials and these paramilitary forces. Obviously, this dynamic is going to be a different one with the guerrillas, but I think the possible future use of extradition as a political tool down the road to interrupt political participation to interrupt organizing efforts should also be put out there. Finally, I want to think about the considerable changes in the political context for a substantial subset of demobilized guerrillas who are women, and thinking about the ways in which gender roles in Colombia have been transformed, but also in many ways women remain severely underrepresented in public life, face significant discrimination in the labor force, being overrepresented in the informal sector. At the same time, in the past 10 years, there have been quota laws put in place in Colombian politics that require 30% of candidates and political appointees to be women. Obviously, these laws are not being fully applied, but they have resulted in some very interesting increases in the level of women's political participation in town councils and other kind of more local political spaces, as well as being part of a push from the central government in terms of gender equality. So this could be an interesting place where women, the demobilized women, may intersect with these larger changes in public policy. Having said that, studies of the very limited numbers of demobilized women in previous guerrilla efforts have revealed that women veterans participate less in public policy. That has to do with the discrimination they faced as insurgent fighters. So we don't see a representative level of women guerrilla leaders in the FARC to begin with. They also face greater economic challenges as they demobilize, leaving less time for political organizing. And it's been found that women guerrilla fighters were even more stigmatized as they went into civilian life than their male counterparts. And part of that has to do with the way they're seen as having been doubly transgressive. So they violated not only expectations about being good citizens and not going against the state, but also traditional female codes of behavior and gender norms. So all of these things make them doubly marginalized as they attempt to move into public life. And then finally, the particular challenges around women and their domestic roles and balancing that with these economic challenges and political challenges. So the ways in which women who come back into civilian life are viewed both as mothers and as daughters who have significant responsibilities that they have not been fulfilling, and the challenges there. So here I would say a central question would be what kind of leadership is going to be available to demobilized women, and what kind of institutional practices can be brought to bear to ensure that women who demobilize through this possible future process can have a space in public life and bring the issues that they feel strongly with to bear in public debates. So I will not attempt to answer any of these questions, but just leave it there, and hopefully we can have an exchange and fruitful question and answer period. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now start question and answers, and I think there will be mics, so before you start speaking, wait for a mic. I'll start with one question for the panel as you put together your questions, which is that in this discussion, you haven't talked very much about whether or not there are going to be spoilers for the DDR process. Spoilers both at a local level and spoilers at a national level. And this obviously relates to the politics of implementing a peace agreement, and I'd be interested in all three of your comments.
You want to answer?
Go ahead, take that.
Yeah, let me start. Anyone who studied peace processes anywhere, including in previous attempts in Colombia, know that spoilers are central to this. And if the government doesn't view this issue directly and take action against it, then there will be no peace. Agenda item number 3, not in the chronology that they're actually using in Havana, but in the accord. Number 3 is end of conflict. And there they say when they get to that issue, they will discuss paramilitary, it's very interesting. They say, it says paramilitary and Bakrim. Why that's interesting is the official line of the Colombian government are there are no paramilitaries, because paramilitaries ended in 2006 and everyone else is a criminal ban. But that language is the only place in the Colombian government where it's right there. It says paramilitary, and they'll discuss it. They need to address the paramilitary, they need to address the Bakrim, and if they don't address it, the whole house of cards of Accord will collapse. How do you do that? And that brings us back to DDR. I think there are three tools, but basically, and this doesn't need to be negotiated at the table, frankly. I think the government should start now. But one is to use military force, two is to use judicial incentives, and three is some form of negotiations. Now, people don't want to speak about negotiations with Bakrim, but if you don't address the world of spoilers, and those are the tools available as far as I can tell, former negotiation, judicial incentives, force. We're not talking about rethinking Colombian society and state as to some extent the agenda does in Havana, but that has to be addressed. Otherwise, the whole process is undermined.
Alex?
Great. Well, I think there's going to be great regional variation here. I mean, if we're in Guaviare in the first front where the FARC has had a kind of monopoly of power in the rural areas for decades on end, I don't think you're going to see the same type of spoilers or the same degree of spoilers as you'll see in contested areas like El Nudo Paramillo in Antioquia. So going back to Mark's point about there's a real regional component as to looking at the local political actors. And paramilitarism is central, but I think we need to think broadly about paramilitarism. There's been a lot of academic production about paramilitarism. And one thing that's so striking about the phenomenon is how pervasive it is. I was interviewing a former rebel who received a very lucrative offer to engage in criminal activity with a Bakrim group. She did not go along, but one of the things that she learned was, the local manager of Davivienda, one of the major banks, was turning on and off the tap for the paramilitary group. So, it's in the banking system, it's in the ranching system, it's all throughout the country. So I think a very concerted effort needs to be brought to bear with the judicial component. And here we see both with the armed left and the armed right a real incapacity to prosecute the testaferros, the people who are holding land, holding assets, washing money. And we really need to look at a judicial reform that will really raise the cost of engaging in the kind of subtler form of paramilitarism, because it's absolutely right. I mean, this conflict, the paramilitaries are a central spoiler, but they take many forms. So I'll just leave it with those 2 points.
Jim, did you want to?
Yeah, I certainly agree. I agree with what my colleagues have said. I would look a little bit on the international side and say the following, okay, at the risk of being somewhat controversial. I think if the U.S. would turn over Simon Trinidad and let him participate in the talks in Havana, that this would send a very, very strong message to the FARC that the U.S. is interested in facilitating something that is very, very dear to them. This kind of support goes beyond, okay, providing economic support, okay, to the reintegration process, which also will probably be needed. Not only economic support, but also some technical support in some technical areas where Colombia might be deficient. But I think going back to this with Simon Trinidad, this would really move these talks off center in a huge way. And why not? The whole I participated in the trial, and I saw very, very clearly what was going on. And the trial was all about counterinsurgency. It was not about providing individual or justice for an individual. It took 3 trials to get a conviction on only one of 6 charges. And to get that conviction, the judge kept telling the jury, got to go back, you got to go back. And that was a conviction for kidnapping 3 American contractors whose airplane fell in Caqueta. He had nothing to do with the downing of the airplane, but it was using conspiracy law, which is a reach, in order to get a conviction. And I think, the FARC knew that it was a reach. It was all about counterinsurgency. So I think it would send a strong statement to the FARC, and I would hope that the South government would be supportive of that. I think if the U.S. pushed it, I think they would be, and I think that could do just wonders. Thank you.
Do we have questions from the audience?
Mark, not me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, Winifred.
Winnie, please.
Yeah, that's the expert.
Sorry if that giant head thing was a little intense. I just wanted to bring up a couple of the points and emphasize them. One is that the FARC has been much more involved in direct attacks against American citizens, and so there is a considerable, in addition to the drug interest that the U.S. has always pushed in the narco-guerrilla framework, and that could be used as a possible spoiler tool should certain parties align in the United States to take that up as their focus. And I'm thinking here not just of the American contractors, but of the 3 indigenous rights activists that were murdered in 1999, and a number of people who've been kidnapped and held by the FARC that have either U.S. citizenship or ties to the United States. So that for one. Secondly, I think the ways in which, as I tried to say in my remarks before, the human rights language and framework that's being taken up by Colombian elites is definitely with a spoiling intent that Pacho Santos is pretty clear about what his objections are and how he thinks they should be carried out. And then finally, I think the regional level, one of the things that has been really striking to me in looking at the Atlantic coast is the ways in which this development of new forms of corruption, criminalized corruption, as in not just corruption that's criminal activity, but moving away from traditional political sectors into illegal armed groups, Bakrim, using corruption, using state contracts, using electoral projects as a means of rent-seeking activity, not because they're interested in politics so much, but just because they're trying to suck all of the resources out of the local state, and that will also play a very big role if this demobilization projects are seen as a site of significant investment on the one hand, but on the other, really eroding state capacity in local areas to meet all of the kinds of demands and social problems that are going to emerge through or be revealed in this demobilization process. I think that's a significant issue. At the same time, you have Colombia being opened up for massive transnational investment, and so it's dramatic how the landscape of Colombia is being transformed. Again, speaking of my most recent experience on the coast, but the ways in which farming is being changed, extractive industries are coming in, all of which are really changing the landscape of employment opportunities, and also creating new power bases in these regions that will probably have a lot of opinions and want to intervene in possible demobilization efforts.
Do we have some questions? I saw a hand there.
Hello, I'm Dorli Castañeda. I'm consultant at the World Bank. I have a question.
Se levanta, por favor.
Oh, I have so many things.
We can't see.
Let's say I have a question concerning potential spoilers. What about the military who are not fully supportive of the peace process? What do you think about them? How then which is the risk they really represent for the whole process? Because in the other peace process at the end of the 90s, they were not really supportive, and actually at the local level, they sort of abandoned their functions of protection of civil society. So what do you think about them as potential spoilers? And also, I would want to know, how do you think this regional approach coming from the bottom, from the regions themselves, how can be really made into politics? How can you do a public policy really with this regional approach and considering these local elites that are going also to be potential spoilers? Thank you.
Let's take a couple, and then we have a couple, two here on the aisle. We have one back there.
Hi. Hi, Mark. Hi, Mark and John. Lisa Chandonnet-Bedoya with USAID's Conflict Office. My question is following a little bit on your question as well on sort of the role of more decentralized and community-focused reintegration. I feel like we've been reading for a long time in Lessons Learned from Congo, et cetera, on really the need for community-focused and more decentralized reintegration. But at the same time, you've all noted sort of key challenges with this more local level approach. So one is if I could push you a little bit to talk about how you would overcome those challenges, especially given sort of the overemphasis or the political will that the government of Colombia, the ability for them to take it on. So what I'm thinking about is the CNRR practice of the National Committee on Reparations and Reconciliation. How long that took to roll out, having centralized offices, regional offices located in rural areas and municipalities. So what can we learn from previous processes that work specifically in Colombia to ensure that it doesn't take 5 or 10 years to stand up, to ensure that by the time we actually staff it, that there are spoilers or those who are looking to demobilize are frustrated with the process, and that the services are actually getting out in a community way. So if I could just push you a little bit more on that.
Why don't we take a couple here right on the aisle?
James Patton from the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy. There's plenty that you brought up, I think, to dig deeper into, but there's one thing that I didn't hear, and speaking to commanders on the ground, guerrilla commanders, there's a great concern that in an authentic post-conflict Colombia, there's going to be a lot of pressure and need to demobilize military. And I've had a lot of folks from the guerrilla groups say, look, we came out of society where we already had jobs, we had training. These guys are the ones who have spent their entire career learning to be combatants. So what will happen with them? And this maybe is most directly directed at Alex, who suggests putting 15% of former combatants from the guerrilla side into the military roles, which are probably already going to be too large in an authentic post-conflict process. So.
One more right here, and then we'll get some answers.
Tom Bammett with Catholic Relief Services. A lot of the emphasis, I think, has rightly been on integration, but I'm wondering a little bit about the question of accountability as we talk about armed actors and ceasing to be armed actors. Mark raised the question of an amnesty model that existed at one point in time and so on. I'm wondering in the discussions in Havana in particular, those kinds of issues around accountability, to what degree they may become a real stumbling block or not.
Okay, fair medley. Why don't you don't have to answer all of them, but okay, Winnie, why don't you take a first shot? Are you there? Don't answer all of them, just pick one or two.
I'm not really sure which one was directed at me. Was the local level challenges one directed at me?
More or less.
Pick one.
Pick one. Okay. I have not been following the debates in Havana quite so closely on the accountability issue, so I'm going to leave that to others, but I think it is, again, fascinating to see how they're going to intersect with these debates about Colombia accountability in the country. I think the most compelling question to me that was just raised was the issue of how you try to marshal this institutional experience that exists in Colombia when you're standing up these offices and looking forward to a demobilization. And I say that just having gone through a brief tour of land restitution initiatives in the coast and talking to people in these government offices, and they're undergoing this incredibly delayed process, huge institutional weakness, lack of funding, technical problems, in addition to the incredibly high levels of violence that land claimants are facing. And I think one of the challenges is going to be trying to prevent this very common practice of reconstituting all of the institutional paraphernalia as these new programs come in, which has been tremendously frustrating for people on the ground, and I think will be equally frustrating for DDR folks. Having said that, I don't have any idea what a silver bullet for that institutional situation might be. I think a lot of it is going to have to do with and should this process go forward, presidential succession, who's in office, are they going to want to distance themselves from certain parts of this, or is there going to be the ability to have a more seamless transition in how these projects move forward? But I certainly think that the ways in which these institutions get created, captured by local criminal groups, bogged down in corruption, bogged down in kind of interinstitutional squabbling on the local level is going to be a huge, huge challenge to overcome.
Thanks. Jim or Alex, Jim, why don't you start, take one or two?
Okay. These are difficult questions, and I think if a reasonable answer exists, it's going to require some thinking outside the box. I guess going to, well, the local level. I mean, I feel as a social anthropologist, to me, it's very clear that all this reintegration is going to have to take place from the ground up, and it's going to start at the local level. Now, the regions in Colombia differ enormously, okay, with regard to the intensity of the conflict and whatnot. There are municipalities, for example, that you know, if a busload of demobilized ex-combatants or demobilized combatants were to come in there, the mayor would, you know, say, look, on the next bus you go out. Okay, there's absolutely no political will, no interest in accommodating them. I don't think it's going to be true everywhere. There are areas that have a lot more political will than others do. And I think a strong effort there's going to have to be a strong effort on a communications effort, okay, to explain to people, to prepare the population, okay, for what is needed if indeed they want peace. I guess that's about all I can say at this point without having a lot more time to think about it. The military has expanded tremendously in Colombia. I think the government is it's going to have to provide some sort of employment for them. I can't imagine the private sector is going to take up the slack. And I know they're not going to take up the slack with the demobilized combatants. Working in all sorts of ways, infrastructure and whatnot, all the ways that are going to be required in order to change the country, to make it viable for peace. The accountability question, a stumbling block in Havana, yes, I think it could be. That is something that's going to be handled with great care. But I go back and I say, you know, there are trade-offs in this, and while you can do things that provide both peace and justice up to a point, you reach a point where you really have to go into trade-offs, and that's where it becomes a zero-sum game. Not an easy thing to handle. I think there's a big controversy in Colombia right now over how to handle it. The international community is also questioning certain things. They don't want anybody who's guilty of extreme, what's the term? Yeah, crimes against humanity. Okay, they don't want they want punishment, and that punishment usually means jail time and nothing short of that. And I can't, personally, see the heads of the FARC spending time in jail. I don't think it's viable. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm going to try to touch a few bases quickly. The accountability issue, I think, is the kind of crux of the knot. You know, there's knots on knots, but at the center, at least of the short-term negotiation, I think how to deal with the issue of accountability is going to be central, especially given how much slack the president is taking from his right wing. My sense is some formula will have to be devised in which there's a suspension of the sentence. So the sentence isn't commuted. We don't have an amnesty. We're not in contravention of the Rome Statute, but there's still that kind of legal sword that's out there somewhere. And I imagine the government's going to come up with, that the parties will come up with a formula that in some way kind of hints at that. Military has potential spoilers, definitely. I was on a military base the day the peace process was announced publicly, and the colonel in charge had to call his troops and kind of give a speech to raise morale, to say, well, you know, hay que respaldar al presidente. You know, we have to support the president. I mean, I've been in many offices in which the picture on the desk was that of President Uribe's. So, you know, as the kind of difficulty between President Uribe and Santos continues, I think that's a major problem. Obviously, there's been a reshuffling of the military higher-ups recently. Santos has the advantage of being a minister of defense. Hopefully, he can maintain order in the ranks and kind of reorganize the cards such that, you know, funneling down to ground level, you have this strong sense, like, even if you might not like it, hay que respaldar al presidente. And as to the question of how to demobilize the military, I mean, I think the potential DDR of the FARC should be a first step towards demilitarizing Colombian society. Obviously, you have kind of mandatory military service for everybody who can't pay their way out. You have a huge pie de fuerza. You have a huge amount of people who are in the military, and definitely that's going to need to come down, I think, over a 10-year period, a 15-year period. But I think putting in place from the very beginning a plan for drawing down the size of the armed forces is going to be important. And yet, I am recommending that, you know, the military estimates that there's 10,000 people in arms in the FARC. So if you go with my 15% figure that was plucked pretty haphazardly, you'd be looking at like 1,500 people, which I don't think is going to make too much of a dent. So I think you can do both. And interestingly, as far as I can tell, the first use of the term demobilization is after World War I to deal with the former soldiers from Germany and Britain, and having to deal with this issue of drawing down the troop level. So I think we need to do both, and hopefully the FARC DDR process will be part of a wider demilitarization of society.
Mark?
Yeah, let me tackle just a few of these shortly. I'm going to start with a long time standing up, just like the Commission on Reparations and Reintegration. It took a long time. I would argue that can't be the model. It shouldn't be the model. Don't even think about it. That's doomed to failure. When everyone here says start in the community and build up, that has to be serious. There already is an infrastructure in place, and it's called the municipalities and the departments. Almost none of the municipalities and the departments are thinking about this. One department is, interestingly, and that's Antioquia. Antioquia is already thinking ahead and planning and working, and they're beginning to talk with their counterparts. But there is an infrastructure. There are also communities. There's a long history since the mid-90s now of peace and development programs, which were supported by the state. Peace and development programs have an infrastructure of promoting development, promoting good governments with municipalities, and reintegrating combatants and dealing with victims, and creating economic programs to provide economic possibilities for the people in communities. If you go to any of these communities, the first thing they say is there's no economic opportunities. All of that has to be combined. But if you think about doing a top-down, an ACR or a broader ACR that's going to put offices in local, that's not going to work. There's extraordinary infrastructure in many areas on the local level. Not everywhere, but there's a lot. In fact, the peace and development programs there's 18. There's a network of 18 of them that cover a good part of the country. Start there. Do that. Don't even think about we got to gear up and institutionalize and create. Okay. Which brings me to Dorley's question. What do you do if you're talking about local peace building, but there's already entrenched elite interest crossed with mafia interest and spoilers and so forth? I would say part of this process, and it's easier said than done, but it has to be clear. And it's why I said when we talked about spoilers earlier, the transformation of Colombia has to be not just about the reintegration of the FARC and the allowance of social movements and civil society. The right to has to learn to participate without the use of violence. And that has to start from the local level up. That's, frankly, if there's one lesson that comes out of Salvador, it's that the death squad right and the guerrilla left both learned to play politics without violence. And that's going to be key to the success. And that's why you need to go against the spoilers with military force, with judicial pressure, and perhaps incentives and negotiations. But and that has to be part of this process. Don't just go in and pretend these guys aren't all there. But somehow this process has to transform the right into a viable political force that doesn't have one step into the violence. And let me just go with the accountability, because just, I said we need to look at the earlier, what would be called DDR models from the 50s on. I actually didn't mean to say the amnesty component of that would go forward. It is very clear in a post-Rome Treaty world and the current level of international law absolutely precludes amnesty for crimes against humanity. Nations don't have the right to do that. That's not the model. That model worked right through Pastrana, and it's no longer possible in Colombia or anywhere else going forward. If you recognize that, then what do you do? And here I more or less coincide. There's other forms of justice than punitive justice. People who are familiar with this literature know this very well. But the whole idea of memory, of individual reparations, of collective memorations, of different, will be part of it. It may be Alex's model is also being discussed. Have trials for those who are at the highest, and then talk about suspending sentences. In fact, I suspect, because there is an ICC and they have their eye on this, that there will be some punitive justice. And if you're going to protect the whole process from international intervention, I suspect some people are going to go to jail. And that will happen. It'll be a smaller number. But those who don't go to jail, and that's in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, we're going to be talking about memory, reparations at the individual level, reparations at the community level, talking about involving particularly FARC and demining efforts. There has to be an effort to bring all that in, and that's justice too. What you can't do is that old model, Bron y Cuenta Nueva. We're going to forget and move forward. That's not, and that's justice. And frankly, I think Colombia is at the forefront here. That tension between peace and justice, I'm not sure it's a zero-sum game. I think actually Colombia is going to be a pioneer in this, in that there will be justice. It won't just be strictly punitive justice. The ICC is very clear. Colombia is setting the way. They've intervened too early. Those who want just a punitive model have undermined peace processes. There is a tension there, but Colombia is beginning to define this. Some of the international human rights activists don't see that. They want a strictly legal punitive justice approach. That's not the way to go, I would say. And most Colombian human rights advocates, even those who are closest to the international one, also talk about taking the process as far as they can. But peace is a good too. And peace prevents all the future violations of human rights and the end of the war. And that tension, they're working it out, but I think there's a possibility that they'll make progress in this. Okay.
Before I turn to more questions, I am actually going to take the moderator's opportunity to make some comments on the accountability issue. In the report that we just published, in fact, says this is how you make the balance, or at least this is one option for how do you make the balance. And it is a comprehensive transitional justice model that recognizes that there's no way to go through the Central American process where there was amnesty. You can have amnesty for political crimes, not for crimes against humanity, not for war crimes. And in that process, the Colombian Constitutional Court, in fact, just did issue a ruling, which essentially sets out the framework in its acceptance of the Marco de Paz, in the sense that you can make distinctions with respect to those most responsible for the most serious crimes, that prosecution has to take place, prosecution. There's a whole range, as Mark said, of the much larger numbers who don't fit that category. But there's a need in order to ensure that you look at this through the perspective of the victims, that they have rights now to have, in a sense, their rights protected and reflected in the answer that Colombia gives to this transitional justice issue. And we did suggest a roadmap for how you deal with the 3 different categories with respect to accountability of most responsible, those who are still involved in serious crimes but not most responsible, and the others. And we basically, again, talked about alternative sentencing, alternative facilities, a different way to look at how you deal in the aftermath of prosecutions, as well as the fundamental difference between the Historical Memory Commission that's taken place and the Comprehensive Truth Commission, in which you do have, for the first time after a conflict, the possibility and the requirement for the FARC and others to, in fact, that they provide their story about what occurred so that the country has the full range of understanding. And that's the difference with the Truth Commission in the aftermath of conflict, rather than trying to get the full history during a conflict. And the only other point I would make, and that it really is a slight alternative to Alex on the question of the possibility of integrating some of the FARC into the security arrangements. If you think about these conflict areas, you're going to have to extend civilian police presence into those areas, not necessarily military, so as part of the whole civilian rule of law. And in that context, maybe there's a possibility for some portions of the FARC to be integrated into an entirely new rural police force that deals with the issues of providing citizen security in those areas. And then only the third point would be, yes, it has to be decentralized from the bottom up in terms of needs and in terms of understanding and in terms of incorporation from the previous conflict zone into an area of peace. But one of the flaws of the consolidation process was that the failure of the state, the failure of the civilian arm of the state, every ministry to feel itself responsible to providing its services in the consolidation zone, you can't have that in the aftermath of a peace agreement. This has to be state policy to help implement this agreement. Every ministry needs to have, in a sense, a line item that says, this is how we're going to cooperate with comes out of each of the local areas in terms of resources to support the extension of health, education, public works, and civilian rule of law into those areas. I'll stop there. Jenny.
Thank you very much, Winnie, as well, to all the panelists for the presentations. I have 2 questions, and I know we're running short on time, so I may end up just throwing out the questions and seeing if anyone wants to respond briefly. First, we haven't really talked about the ELN, and I think one of the issues that we have when we're talking about the FARC and the government being at the table in Havana, is that we assume that once a peace accord is reached, that peace is on the way. But there are other armed actors, and we've mentioned them briefly in passing throughout. But my question is, what are the implications for a DDR process if there's not an agreement with the ELN? How does that affect the DDR process and its capacity to go forward? And the second question has to do with the past and future roles of international organizations. I'm thinking about the map of the OAS and the UN programs on demobilization. UNASUR has been mentioned as a possible, there are a whole range of international actors that might be called on to assist with DDR. Do you have anything to add, to contribute about what those discussions are right now?
Whoever wants to take the first crack at that? Alex?
I mean, I think it's interesting to look back at history during the Betancourt and Barco administrations, the way those administrations kind of played off the M19 against the FARC. I mean, I think it's in direct opposition to the interests of the state to deal with the two together, right? Especially as we're talking about a transition to a political force. It seems from just the rhythm of the negotiations in Havana that the Santos administration has adopted the same outlook, that it will, if things are kind of looking bad in terms of how things are going with the FARC, they'll say, hey, ELN, how you doing? And so I'm not sure that's a good thing. I understand the political logic there, but my concern is if you do have one group that demobilizes and one group that doesn't, you maintain the argument for the need, or what the perceived need for having one of the DDR process to retain its counterinsurgency function, which I've been very adamant about. While you might gain some in short-term security overall, I think it's a bad thing for DDR in general, but also for the kind of legitimacy of peace-building initiatives at large. So I would urge the government to kind of abandon the short-term realpolitik of dividing the two and negotiate together.
Let me do both questions briefly. The ELN is in a difficult position, obviously, because they really can't make war, and they don't want to make peace on the FARC's terms, and so they're in a tough place. The Havana trains left the station. They're not going to join that. It's not their central issues. There are issues which are central to them which aren't on there, particularly oil and mining and so forth. Nonetheless, it is absolutely, what Alex said, it is absolutely essential that they come in. Otherwise, the whole infrastructure of paramilitarism and of counterinsurgency stays in place. And that can't be it. But the ELN knows that. And so the trick is going to be, it's really the ELN who has the toughest position, and the arrogance of the Colombian government that thinks they'll just drag them in. There are some issues which will coincide and will be helpful in Havana, but there will be new issues. Government's reluctant to go that way, to open up those issues, and that's what these pre-negotiations are doing, is to find what that limited agenda which would be acceptable to the ELN. I think the MAP OAS may have a role going forward, but they're not going to play UNASOL or Managua. For one, the FARC's a little resentido. I don't see them. And frankly, there's discussion of UNASOL and all that. I think everything from Washington, New York, looks like the international community pulls all the strings, but I think we may be looking at a model that looks somewhat like the earlier models without, we're not going to see blue helmets or anything like a big UN mission or a MOP mission or even a fig leaf UNASUR mission. I think we're going to be talking about a major role where the FARC plays a role in its communities with the government, with the municipalities, with elites. We're going to be talking about, because it's not the idea of providing security in the process of, it's building peace from the bottom up with the FARC. And I think the FARC is going to push that dimension. And likely nobody really likes the idea of international actors playing a major role. So there may be a fig leaf role for somebody out there, but major, that will be with the municipalities, with the insurgents, with all of them, the ELN, et cetera. Yeah.
Jim, did you have?
Looking back on the peace process with the AUC, nobody wanted to have anything to do with it on the international side in 2003. And so, the UN, Uribe had dismissed Kofi Annan's special representative. I don't think the U.S. wanted to touch it, given the atrocious crimes that had been committed by these paramilitaries. The OAS stepped in and played a role, certainly initially, in the disarmament, tallying the arms, making sure that they were disposed of appropriately, and even then, a lot of the weapons were never destroyed. They wound up on the arms market. So, but aside from that, I don't think the FARC The FARC see the OAS as being too closely allied with the U.S. I don't think they're going to accept that. Whether they would accept the UN or not, I don't know. One possibility that has been discussed has been using local civil society, okay, in the areas where you have demobilization, to where they can sort of monitor the disarmament and the whole reintegration process. And that strikes me as something that more thought should be given to. I would go back and say one other thing with regard to DDR. I mean, DDR is disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. Often the two proceed in that sequence, but they don't have to. You can have demobilization before you have disarmament. And I think the FARC, given the whole, it's a sticky wicket to ask them to lay down their weapons. The experience they've had with the UP and whatnot, that's a tough one. And it may be that they're going to have to demobilize and then say disarm or disarm gradually. And there's probably some space in there to use them as a policing unit in certain areas of the country, certainly areas where they're going to be demobilized, and I think that demobilization will be collective. In all probability, it won't be as individuals. It'll be collective, and the integration and reintegration itself will be collective. I think a lot of it's going to be, and so at any rate, these are issues that have to be discussed, and I think this issue of international support, I think this will probably be taken up in Havana, and during the talks themselves, there'll have to be some arrangements made, and the FARC will have to agree to it.
Winnie, do you want to make a comment?
Yes, thanks. I'd like to broaden the comment out from a specific focus on the ELN to a broader consideration of the multiple armed actors that continue to exist in Colombia in a myriad of forms. And I think this also intersects with our discussion of spoilers. And I think there's a real question, and this is one of the places where comparisons with previous demobilizations, particularly in Central America, really break down, about the degree to which Colombian violence, what is it doing in Colombia right now? Who is it? Who's behind it? What is its objectives? And the degree to which that violence is channeled through the conflict with the guerrillas. And I think that it has historically been the case that much of Colombian violence has not been channeled through the guerrilla insurgency conflict. And that continues to be the case. So the degree to which ongoing violence and violence that is expressed in new ways and with new groups will be a significant factor. But I also think it's important to not buy into this regional elite history of the paramilitaries and remember the lessons and the really critical analysis of people like Leon Valencia, Mauricio Romero, who taught us that the paramilitaries were not strictly a counterinsurgency project, and maybe not even primarily a counterinsurgency project. They were an authoritarian anti-democratization project and really emerged at a time in Colombian history where, as now, there were discussions about how to open up the political process, how to bring in new voices and new people, and if the one place where the regional elites are really clear is that they won that war. They were the winners in that fight. And so I think there's going to be a lot of pushback against that vision from liberalizing elites who recognize the benefits of reform, who see Colombia as a modernizing country, who really want to welcome this transnational investment and see containing the violence as being a critical part of that project. But I think that there's a lot of open questions about the degree to which this kind of broader-based, from-the-ground kind of approach is really going to be viable in many places where local elites see themselves as the victors in this conflict, that it's not a negotiation, that it's that's going to have real substantial reforms on the table. And the ways in which the lesson, not from Central American demobilization efforts, but from contemporary violence in Central America and the tremendously high levels of violence, gang activities, the ways in which that demobilization effort hasn't translated into even lower levels of violence in those places, and that so looking to those lessons and models would be a critical place for really thinking through what the snags could be, even in the case of a successful negotiations in Havana.
Can I say one thing?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I actually don't want to take away from the profundity of what Winifred said. I think one needs to understand that very well. But I want to go back to actually Ginny's question. There is a Colombian state agency which is geared in many ways to monitor a post-conflict. And frankly, if people from this room are from USAID and so forth, they played a key role in that, and that's called the early warning system. The early warning system was designed to anticipate massive violations of human rights. And that set up, it could be massively expanded, but that's in the Human Rights Ombudsman, the Defensoría del Pueblo. And that's a role which they actually could play and very well might play. There are alternatives than the big outside forces coming in. And I want to plant that idea I bring that up because I've played a role with them for a long time. And I always thought in a post-conflict, this is the state agency that can do it. So I'll just launch that idea out there.
And I'm going to conclude with one comment as well, that the conditions that will wind up being assigned to the FARC in order to receive the benefits of any alternative punishment will be disarmament and demobilization. And the item 6 on the peace agenda is, in fact, verification. And some mechanism, and it may be the one that Mark just suggested, some mechanism that includes the FARC, includes the a range of Colombian agencies, will have to be involved in that verification. The question will be whether the FARC is going to be willing to give up their heavy weapons, particularly to that kind of an agency, particularly if it's seen as giving it up to the Colombian military, or whether there is some role for some representatives of the UN or others in that process, so that there's some degree of distance. But the disarmament has got to be real. And I think we should thank the panelists for an exceptionally good presentation. And Winnie, thank you.
All right, I think we're going to get started. If people could please take their seats. Well, we're off to a great start with that first panel, and I think the second one is going to be just as riveting. So I hope you've all had your share of coffee. Please feel free to come and go as needed from the back of the room. The next panel will be discussing drugs, violence, and the agenda for peace. And it's somewhat simultaneous with a forum that will be taking place in Bogota this week around illicit crop cultivation to get inputs from civil society leaders. But we're delighted to have some very expert knowledge on this panel. I'd like to start just by introducing the moderator, and I'll have her introduce the panelists. Our moderator is Vanda Philbob Brown, who is at the Brookings Institute, and you don't have her bio in your speaker bios, because I'm looking for it to read off of it, and I can't read from it because I don't have it either. So Vanda, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself with a few words of your background. Vanda is one of the more well-known experts around town who has dealt with drug issues, not only in Colombia, but in many other parts of the world, and we're delighted to have her here to moderate today's panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Jenny. Jenny already gave enough of an introduction, and the focus really is on my co-panelist, and let's use the time. Let me just say that I'm senior fellow at Brookings, where I work on what can be called non-traditional security threats, so essentially anything from urban violence, organized crime through counterinsurgency, including issues such as counter-narcotics and the nexus of counterinsurgency and illicit economies. I am delighted to be here, and I want to thank USIP and Ginny for putting the conference together, and Ginny in particular for keeping the focus in Washington on Colombia for years and years, and really being one of the very important voices on and for Colombia. So thank you, Ginny, for showing it once again with this conference, especially at the time where Colombia has slipped from the radar screen, perhaps for some very good reasons. But when I was coming here, I was thinking, well, things are very difficult in Afghanistan, difficult in Iraq, Pakistan is deeply troubled, Mexico is complex, to say the least, and of course a terrible tragedy has been unfolding in Kenya with the Shabab attack over the weekend. And yet, Colombia is one of the places where there seems to be far more progress and some very exciting developments, including the negotiations with the FARC. Who would have thought 3 years ago that we would be getting to this stage and that the talks would make it as far as they have? That said, there are tremendous challenges within Colombia, many deep problems, many forms of violence, some of which are not being addressed, and we will hear during the conference more about that. And the drug issue itself is very complicated, uneasy. And the Colombian government has, some years back, fallen into this narrative that what accounts for the violence in the country are drugs. And if only there were no drugs, then there would be no violence. In some sense, both the progress and development in the counterinsurgency area, as well as the developments with the BACRIM that Mark and Winifred talked about, show that that story is more complicated than that. But it's also a very interesting question of how the drugs agenda will influence both the negotiations and what happens after the negotiations. And on the one hand, President Santos has embraced the movement toward drug policy reform within Latin America, challenging President Obama in Cartagena, putting him on the spot with respect to counter-narcotics policies. And at the same time, the Colombian government has been pushing a very aggressive and intense eradication campaign even today. And we heard about Catatumbo, but the government continues to push with zero coca policies, for example, largely at its own doing, not as a result of pressure from the US. So very many interesting dimensions and angles to it, not simply in terms of illicit crops and in coca cultivation, which might not be illicit crop soon, but in terms of coca cultivation, but also lots of complexities in the urban spaces, whether it's Medellin and Antioquia or Cordova, or whether this is Bogota itself. And some very difficult choices that the government will have to grapple with and that the Colombian people will have to grapple with. What kind of opportunity for redemption are the traffickers offered? There's both Colombia's own baggage of history from the 1990s and 1980s, but also some complicated recent stories, such as Afghanistan. Is it okay to tell the traffickers, come in from the cold as long as you don't engage? Will they simply obey? On the other hand, some targeting policies and some counter-narcotics and urban policing policies could bring about new escalations of violence and shape violence in new directions that would be unhealthy for the country. So these are some of the issues, and there will be many more that our speakers will bring to the agenda. I hope that each of you can talk about 10 minutes so that 10 to 15 minutes, 15 being the cutoff, so that we can have enough time for real engagement with the audience. And there are many great experts on Colombia in the audience, many good friends. Hello, it's good to see you guys. And I'm sure that it will be very productive to have this interactive aspect. I'll introduce the speakers as they start to speak. So first, Maria Clemencia Klemcha, who has demanded the 15 minutes, 10, who is not only a long-term friend and one of my first interlocutors in Colombia, but also one of the preeminent experts on coca cultivation in Colombia, and particularly Putumayo. There are few people who know Putumayo and its centrality to both the development of the FARC and the shapement and development of the coca economy as Maria Clemencia. And she's also one of the tireless and brave voices for human rights and marginalized groups in Colombia. So it's fantastic having you here. More formal title for her today is that she is the research associate at the Colombian Institute for Anthropology and History, where she also was the director previously. She held many prestigious appointments, such as at the Rockefeller Center at Harvard, and she was very much involved with the historical memory group of the National Commission for Reparations and Reconciliation of Colombia. Maria Clemencia, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm going to talk about there has been here a lot of reference to the the regionality and the decentralization necessary in Colombia, and my focus will be precisely in this area of the Western Amazonia, the area where coca crops began to become the main crop. Coca cultivation became the main academic source during 1994, and since then it has been one of the leading regions in coca cultivation, and that is with the presence also of the FARC in this area. So this is a laboratory because whatever happens, I have been looking at the negotiations and what is happening in the field in Putumayo, because you can feel clearly the agenda of the FARC. There's a lot of still the FARC, the southern bloc, that is in this area of the south, has still a lot of authority in this area, and since the negotiations, it has become a very important place, I think, to see also the relationship with coca cultivation and the armed conflict. It was precisely in Putumayo that Plan Colombia was launched in 1999 and massively implemented. And precisely starting from the premise that the internal conflict in Colombia is fueled by drug trafficking, breaking the link between drug traffickers, guerrillas, and other non-state actors became a major goal. So this is something that has been very evident in Putumayo. As a result, these policies have brought to the fore an ongoing tension between military solution versus a socioeconomic and civil solution to coca production. And we have talked here about tensions, about the militarization of Colombia and the tension to demilitarize Colombia. And this is something that is very clear also in this area of coca cultivation. This is a tension that peace negotiators will have to confront, and it will be a focus of this presentation. I will analyze two related aspects of this contradiction, which also characterize the first and second phase of Plan Colombia. The first is the massive and widespread aerial spraying of herbicides as opposed to alternative development, and the second is the strengthening of the military presence in Colombian territory as opposed to the strengthening of local state institutions and the funding of social services, including health, education, infrastructure, etc. So I would like to provide like a historical background on how these policies were deployed during Pastrana and Uribe to get to Juan Manuel Santos in order to cast some light on the ruptures and continuities. Finally, I will discuss the recent agrarian and campesino mobilizations that Winifred referred to in the context of peace negotiations with the FARC and in relation to the crafting of policies for coca growing areas. But I'm going to look at the marches in this area, not in Boyacá or in the central area of the country. I'm all the time referring to the southwest of Colombia. Under the war on drugs paradigm, alternative development programs have been implemented only as compensation for fumigation, after fumigation and forced eradication that began in 2004. As such, they do not occupy a central place, either financially or politically, as a strategy to combat coca cultivation through the promotion of a comprehensive rural development plan. And this, I think, is a very important issue to have to discuss in the agenda, in the peace agenda. The role of alternative development in the Colombian government's anti-drug strategy has been ambiguous. On the one hand, it has been conceived along with spraying, interdiction, and the strengthening of the military as component of the strategy to reduce supply. On the other hand, it has been seen as a separate component that seeks to promote social development and the economic restructuring of an illicit economy into a licit one, an aim that goes beyond just reducing the supply of drugs to the United States. By comparing alternative development policy under Pastrana and Uribe, one can see that this ambiguity was suppressed within Uribe's anti-terrorist framework. Pastrana, on the other hand, recognized the scale of cultivation and directed plans for social investment to small growers. Under his government, persecution, criminalization, and threats against small coca growers gave way to talk of gradual substitution without demanding the total eradication of coca as a precondition. Moreover, campesinos were not seen as guerrilla auxiliaries. I think that was very important, and it's becoming important today. The failure of peace negotiations with the FARC in February of 2002 put the end to the Zona de Despeje when Pastrana was president, helped to catapult counter-terrorist discourse to the center of government policy. And at the end of July that year, the Pastrana government announced the termination of these policies of manual eradication, of peasants, small peasants, programs for cultivation. And when Uribe comes to to office in August of 2002, he declared fumigation non-negotiable, intensified spraying, allowed a higher concentration of glyphosate in the spraying formula, and he, in December of 2002, eliminated the National Alternative Development Plan. So the main priority of the government was no longer sustainable production or providing for the livelihood of small producers, but territorial control established by providing subsidies and incentives. Uribe's democratic security policy presumed that reinserting the state into marginalized areas involved recruiting civilians as supporters of the military presence and activities. This was the underlying principle of the Guardabosques Alternative Development Program, for example, currently under reconsideration by the government of President Santos. Santos' discourse revolves around the idea of finding a way to prosperity for all, recognizing the sharp inequality between rich and poor that characterizes Colombian society. Santos acknowledges the social and economic problems that have driven campesinos to grow coca, and in this sense, he has broken with Uribe's approach and taken up the project that frustrated Pastrana before he left office 15 years ago. Before focusing on Santos' government, then, I want to discuss the policies and ambiguities that characterize the second phase of Plan Colombia. So my point here is that all these marches is also an opening of the government, of a government that is not repressing and suppressing any mobilization. It has become like a domino effect, because there's also an opening in this idea, because this narrative, the central narrative of Pastrana is, of Santos, is to bridge the gap of this big inequality in Colombia. The second phase of Plan Colombia, the first phase of Plan Colombia until 2006 was centralized in aerial spraying, and after when Uribe comes to power, and in 2002, and the attacks and September 11 had happened in 2001, President Bush, in August of 2002, signed legislation authorizing the use of counter-drug assets for counter-terrorist activities. This new policy accelerated the militarization of marginal regions where it was acknowledged that armed conflict and/or drug trafficking had become well established due to the weakness or the absence of the state and the presence of the FARC. Within this militarized context of Plan Colombia, Álvaro Uribe launched the 2-year Plan Patriota in May of 2004 in order and it was focused in the departments of Caquetá, Guaviare, Meta, and Putumayo. The main objective of the offensive was to defeat the FARC by attacking its strongholds and capturing its leaders. And many felt in this area, the inhabitants of these regions felt that none of the armed actors offered them security, and on the contrary, they were being involuntarily immersed in the escalating confrontation. The population of areas under guerrilla influence was further angered and alienated from the FARC when the guerrillas publicly announced that it was beyond their capacity to protect them because civilian casualties were inevitable in war. And we have also the paramilitaries that came into the region in 1992, and in 2002 we will have paramilitaries and militarization of this area. So the FARC begins to use landmines. So the militarization of the FARC is also very strong since 2002, and that's something very important to take into account to understand in the discussion that is going to now of political participation. One of my questions is how is and Mark Cherny was saying that violence had, the people in Colombia and all these groups should learn how to deal without violence. And that was one of my questions for the inhabitants of these areas, is how is really the FARC as representative, are they representatives of the people of the region? So this is one of the questions that I am, that takes me to look a little bit on the social protests that erupted in just days ago. The FARC's strong presence in Southwest Colombia has been deployed during the ongoing peace negotiations through confrontations with the national army and through massive campesino mobilizations under the social and political umbrella movement called the Marcha Patriótica. The Marcha was created in April 2012 at the same time when the government and the FARC began a series of approaches to each other that led to peace negotiations. Since the initiation of peace talks in Oslo, FARC representatives have reiterated their call to all social sectors of the country, expecting to see social mobilizations demanding structural changes and expression of support for peace negotiations. For the leaders of the Marcha Patriótica, as for the FARC, peace can be reached only when structural changes are imposed on the distribution of wealth, that is to say, when the hegemonic economic model is revised. And Marcha Patriótica is very strong in Putumayo and in the south of the country. Social protests have increased. It's an umbrella that under which a lot of social organizations and movements have come together. Social protests have increased in the agrarian sector in different regions of Colombia, including in the coca-growing areas. Particularly notable were the protests in Catatumbo, in northeast of Colombia, that is a main coca cultivation area, during June and July in response to forced coca eradication and the state's failure to define a peasant reserve zone. Similar protests broke out in August and early September in Putumayo, Caquetá, Guaviare, Nariño, Cauca, Huila, and Tolima, when activists called for a national day of social protest and a general strike in the agricultural sector. From the beginning, there was tension between the competing ideas of a military or a civilian response to these protests. The first protest in Catatumbo was overtly stigmatized as having been promoted by the FARC. The principal leader was accused of being a guerrilla member, and it was met with a strong military response. As the protest continued for 2 straight months, though, negotiations were opened between the government and the coca growers, and I think this is very important. There was a general recognition that the peasants' demands were just and that the policies in place required a structural revision. The same conclusion was reached after the national agricultural strike. Many sectors of national civil society and representatives of the international community have asked the state not to criminalize the wave of social protest. They included Todd Howland, the representative in Colombia of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Howland made his plea in a published interview regarding the protests and strike in Catatumbo. The interventions by public figures were a significant step forward toward addressing the structural socioeconomic problems of these regions instead of focusing on the presence of armed actors. Although campesinos in the areas of coca cultivation continue to demand the cessation of aerial spraying and forced eradication and the replacement with a program of gradual eradication complemented with alternative development programs, negotiations in Catatumbo and in the south of the country have demonstrated that what are needed in these areas are social and economic investment and a comprehensive development plan not linked to counter-drug policies. And that is the main point. Alternative development has always been part of the counter-drug policies, and the development, the Ministry of Agriculture in Colombia has nothing to do with these areas. Thus, in Catatumbo, leaders called the regional agreement for the formulation of a crop substitution and alternative development program historic because for the first time it included the reparation of the families of victims of forced eradication, reframing the anti-drug discourse into one of peace and reconciliation. The September 8th agreement by the Vice President that was signed by the Vice President, 6 Southern governors from Cauca, Nariño, Huila, Tolima, Putumayo, and Meta, and the campesino leaders of these departments under the umbrella of Agreement on the National People's Conference on Agriculture and Dialogue, Mesa Nacional Agropecuaria y Popular de Interlocución de Acuerdo MIA, included a commitment to organize a National People's Campesino and Agricultural Summit seeking to define a comprehensive agricultural policy. If demands like those we have seen in areas of coca cultivation become central to the negotiations in Havana, we have to wonder whether an unarmed and demobilized FARC will have the authority and the popular support in areas it once controlled to conduct an eradication and rural development program, or if a strong social movement free of FARC influence will be able to negotiate directly with the government, as seems to be happening now that we see negotiations between the government and the campesinos in marginal areas where illegal crops are present. It is clear that although the FARC has had influence over the movement in the areas where they have a presence, the movement itself has moved beyond the influence. Even though they have promoted the marches and everything, the marches has become something that as Boris Salazar commented in Razón Pública, the campesino and agricultural movement was no longer controlled by anyone in particular because it had spontaneously mutated and discovered its autonomous power without the protection of politicians or armed groups. And I think this is very important to take in account now that Alberto de la Calle asked that they are doing all this discussion on the narco traffic issue that is coming now, that they are doing all this, preparing that point of the agenda. He calls the FARC to help them finish with the even they had in the press a proposal they had for Cartagena del Chairá was again put it forward, and they said, I'm asking to myself, are we sure that they have the same authority they used to have without being an armed group? Thank you.
Thank you, Clemcha. This was an absolutely fascinating talk, really highlighting two major changes. One is this reframing of the notion that the cocaleros are criminals, to redefine them as victims, at least on paper, in theory. We'll see whether that will be translated into policy in a robust way. It is quite an unprecedented step for Colombia. And one of the key implications is, can the cocalero movement free itself of the patronage of the FARC and negotiate actively within the political process? Can they grow to the independent political potency that the cocaleros have had in Bolivia or Peru, for example? And in many ways, it's a fascinating empowerment and inclusion process watched. Hopefully, it will fulfill its promise. Tragically, of course, in Colombia, it is often the traffickers that have been far more integrated into the political process and sometimes outright capture the state, at least at the local level, than the cocaleros. And Santiago, you will now bring into the discussion some of these other complexities and the way criminals and criminality have permeated political processes and institutions in Colombia, and in fact, the notion of democracy in Colombia. Santiago, you are extremely well positioned to bring this to the discussion because you have been watching not only Colombia, but several other countries in your various capacities grappling with democratization and criminality, whether this was the Baltics region, at one point a hub of criminality and state criminal collusion, or Indonesia, a country still pervaded by the lack of rule of law, whether in your capacity as the senior advisor at International IDEA, or in your previous roles at the World Bank, and or in your current role as an independent advisor back in Bogota, please.
Thank you, Wanda. So I'll be talking mostly from a practitioner's point of view rather than a researcher. And I used to, up to 4 months ago, I used to be associated with International IDEA in Sweden. So I'll be touching upon a project that I led there and a project that I'm thinking at right now. So first of all, I think I'll touch upon many of the issues that have been already touched, but from a very different angle. So it's sort of like a kaleidoscope, seeing the same things, but not really the same way. I'll be talking about four blocks. First of all, a broader picture of what we mean by illegality. The international security community has recognized that a major threat in this century is organized crime. Organized crime as a force that it can impact regional and global stability, let alone national and local stability. The expansion of criminal syndicates beyond national borders and their capacity to establish functional alliances with existing local non-state armed actors has added more complexities at this new cluster of illicit networks, has the potential to endanger regional security, derail democratic national projects, and warp governability at local, subnational, and national levels. As the century unfolds and the blur of national borders dissipates under free trade agreements, increased mobility of people, and loosely regulated information and financial flows, organized crime networks have become pivotal articulating nodes, bridging locally anchored armed actors and production and distribution hubs with global circuitries and markets. And here I want to make and I want to underline that I'm not talking only about drugs, but the whole illegal trades, from wild animals, rare minerals. This is a big thing in Colombia. The organized crime networks are moving beyond drugs to many other things. Money laundering, of course, trafficking in persons, weapons, counterfeit goods, etc. So with access to global resources, networks, and without access to global resources, networks, and information, the capacity of organized crime to permeate social, cultural, economic, and political institutions is heightened to dimensions that we yet need to comprehend more deeply. Criminal networks are no longer solely a matter of local concerns and actions, but increasingly so, a matter also of regional, hemispheric, and indeed global domains. So with this, I want to pass to a second point that I want to make, which is, I call it a bit talking about the elephant in the room. We all know it's there, but we haven't talked about it, which is the connection between illegality and politics. In my past tenure at the International IDEA, I was involved in a project in different regions, including Latin America, that looked at that relationship criminality, and politics. And what we did there was case studies in the Baltic states. We did some case studies in West Africa, and some in the Andean region, and one in Central America, in Guatemala. What did we learn from these case studies? We learned several things. First, that this evidence across these different regions has proven functional alliances between illegal networks and politics. Politicians, local political movements, and national political parties have been used by illegal networks to assure control of local bureaucracies, budgets, and political positions. We heard a bit of that in the past panel. But also, political and economic elites have used illegal armed groups as power leverage to distort political competition and to expand or blend legal economic ventures with illegal ones. This is the evidence that we sort of came across throughout these different regions. So, as we like to see in anthropology, everything starts from the bottom up. So this is no different. The first entry point and the most vulnerable one are the localities, municipalities, what have you. This is the first line of vulnerability, and the entry point there is either through the mayor's office or through the municipal council. That's how you begin to have incidents in the composition of local bureaucracies. That's how you begin to have access to control of local budgets, and indeed access to the whole planning and service delivery in the municipality. The second line of vulnerability are the subnational level. In the case of Colombia, departments. Here would be the states, right? At this level, the entry point is either through subnational through department legislatures, through the governor's office, or through candidates to Congress. There's a lot of this written, how it played out in Colombia with the Parapolitica, a couple of books that are excellent with cases and so forth. In any case, whichever depth they take, these alliances are built to ensure economic, political, and territorial control under an authoritarian and rent-seeking model. So this is also a very key thing to highlight, the authoritarian rent-seeking model, and what gels together these alliances. So I want to show you with some maps an initial way of visualizing what is happening in Colombia in this area. So here we have the first map that shows the electoral violence and electoral anomalies in 2010. Reds are where you had the most electoral anomalies and violence related to elections, white being non-existent. This picture you'll see 2 more times. This second one shows you where the FARC blocks are. 5 minutes, okay. Shows you where the FARC blocks are, the main areas of FARC presence. And this third one shows you the major illicit corridors. Okay. Now, if you see these 3 compared, I'll go really fast through this, but you will see, if you juxtapose them, you will see a consistency there. Same happens when we put presence of ELN guerrillas, and same happens when we put presence of Bakri. So what this shows you is all the contested territories in which you have guerrilla Bakri and electoral anomalies in one single territory. So just to honor the time that I have, I'll just go really quickly into 2 attempts to influence policymaking, taking into consideration these two pictures. One was a project that we implemented between 2011 and 2013, which was basically to fund a cluster of studies at the level of localities, probing the institutional weakness, the status of social indicators, the deficits in state presence, illegality, fiscal capacity, and we looked also at international experiences of central government interventions at local level. What was the reason to do these studies? The reason was to draft a bill that was passed to the then Interior Minister, which defined, one, the criteria and tools for the central government to identify the localities in which governability and legitimacy were compromised, and second, criteria and procedures for the central government to overpass local and regional authorities and directly intervene. Now, with one possible scenario, one very likely scenario in case that the negotiations with guerrillas go forward, is actually the criminalization of a big segment of the guerrillas. The lower ranks and files probably would go the way in which Alex and others were talking about in the first session. Other higher structures will probably criminalize. Not that the FARC would criminalize more, but that they would make this transition probably to the backroom and so forth. Now, what do you do what do you do with that plausible scenario? What I'm working right now is basically on a proposal that would juxtapose armed presence, illegal and legal, with the production of violence, with governance and service delivery, in order to produce a detailed risk matrix that will help identify and break down sort of these maps into municipalities, so we can begin to see what type of interventions would be needed in places where it's very, very difficult, despite a peace process, that peace would be rooted. Places where probably you need actually a lot of military presence and a lot of state presence to stabilize. Other areas, you might need very few state presence, you won't need much military presence, but you probably would need a lot of investment in infrastructure, in opportunities, and so forth. So the idea of this project is actually to break down the municipalities and try to understand what interventions should be more, how to target better the interventions at the different in the different regions. And I guess I'm going to just finish very quickly with a big pending issue or critical question that is still unanswered, and it's the following. Are the peace building, state building, and nation building processes in Colombia blending? That's the first question. And if they are they capable of producing conducive environments that nurture the possibilities for accountable politics, for accountable state institutions, for a sustainable political settlement and peace, for fair political play, and of course, for a democratized and effective rule of law? So I think this is sort of the big question that still remains. I don't have an answer to that.
Santiago, thank you. You have highlighted to us just how very difficult it is for both non-state and state actors to break their addiction to illicit economies, to participating in criminality, and how easily that can define their ideologies and perhaps their future. One of the important issues you raised is how much of the FARC, if the negotiations are concluded successfully, will join the process and disavow participation in drug trafficking, or will they end up like the Bakrim or perhaps some of the remnants of the Sandinista like Arepio and Artemio in Apurimac and Ualaga Valley. And on the same way, Angelica Duran Martinez will bring us back to some of the very challenging and difficult urban environments where both the leftist guerrillas, the FARC, as well as the paramilitaries and Bakrim have operated. Urban environments that in some ways are perhaps even more difficult to address than the rural areas, where the same issues of state weakness, complicity, negligence, and difficult processes of consolidations have been taking place, in some cases more optimistically, Medellin, although I would argue that much of the Medellin miracle has long dissipated and it was more of a mirage of Medellin miracle. And in other places that have been trotting along for a while, like Cali, implementing some very interesting policing approaches, but perhaps with not as dramatic results either as one would have hoped. Clemcha and Santiago, as I mentioned, are long old-term friends, and Javier and Angelica are some of the new young delights I have had a chance to meet a few years back, and it's wonderful to see them both and several of their colleagues bringing lots of new blood, new thinking, new angles into the issue of crime and violence, and doing so really in a brilliant way. And Angelica's has had a very distinguished career as a graduate student, landing many prestigious fellowships, but now more into the far more prestigious career postgraduate. She got her PhD recently at Brown and is now assistant professor at the University of Massachusetts in Lowell. Angelica, we are delighted to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you for that very generous introduction, Banda. And I want to thank Jeannie and Lily, first of all, for organizing this, for making me part of it. This is fantastic. And as a Colombian, for me, this is more than academic. This is this means a lot to me to be here today. And I really want to thank you for organizing this. And also want to thank the USIP, because the USIP was critical in my transition from a grad student at Brown University to an assistant professor at UMass Lowell. So basically, I want to divide my presentation in two. And first, I want to talk about some general ideas that derive from my research in general. And then secondly, presenting some, I have to say, very preliminary thoughts about some of the ideas that are floating around about how drug trafficking may enter into the peace agenda with the FARC. And I say very preliminary because I think our thinking on how this issue may enter into a peace process is very limited. And I think that what we have is a space for thinking about it more than actual answers. So my research in general was trying to explain variation in levels of violence across drug trafficking markets. And partially the motivation was to see that violence is not necessarily correlated with drug trafficking in all the places. And I analyzed this looking at cases in Colombia and Mexico. And in Colombia, I analyzed the cases of Medellin and Cali. And I want to focus just today in what happened in the period of the demobilization of the paramilitaries, because I think that can give some ideas about what we may expect in the future with a process with the FARC. And overall, my main argument is that, as I said, violence and illegality and violence and drug trafficking are not necessarily correlated. And levels of violence vary in drug trafficking markets depending on two main things. One is the correlation of forces between illicit actors, how many actors are competing for a market, but also depending on the role of the state, and mainly the ability of the state to either police effectively drug trafficking or either to collude with criminal actors. And I think this echoes a little bit all the things that Santiago was saying about how the relationships with the state and the collusion with political actors is a key element of the illicit markets, which is essential. So as you see here is basically the homicide rates for Medellin, Cali, and Colombia in general. In Medellin, as you see, is the one that varies. The levels of violence in Medellin have changed tremendously over time. And during the period of the demobilization of the paramilitaries, is that decrease very clear that you see between 2003 and 2007. And what happened in that period, basically, along the demobilization of the paramilitaries, and perhaps as a consequence of it, is that for the first time, the illicit markets in the city fell under almost a monopoly, under the control of one illicit actor that was also a paramilitary leader, Diego Fernando Murillo, alias Don Berna. And partially, the decrease in violence that we see in Medellin has to do with that ability of this actor to create control over the markets of the city. And at the same time, at the political level, there was an ability of the local and the national state to work together in the period of the demobilization. So it's somehow a contradictory process that was taking place in Medellin in that period when the violence decreased. In Cali, which is the red line that you see on top, the story has been quite different. The levels of violence in Cali haven't been as changing as they have been in Medellin. They have been constantly high, very high. Last year, Cali was ranked as the 7th most violent city in the world. And in the period of the demobilization, we didn't see the critical change like the one we saw in Medellin. And partially, this has to do with the fact that in Cali, there hasn't been that ability of illegal actors to create monopolies over the control of illicit markets. So there is a lot of competition for illegal markets in Cali, and at the same time, there has been a constant level of collusion from many state authorities in Cali, more so than in Medellin, I will argue, or at least in a different way, that has allowed this constant coexistence of control or competition for the control of markets, and at the same time that there is a high level of violence. And I think this is important for today because one of the main lessons that we have for the current peace process is that in the event, hopefully, of a post-conflict scenario, as we know, violence is not going to disappear completely, and the levels of violence in the post-conflict scenario are likely to depend on the current correlation of forces and also on the different roles in illicit markets. In the case of Medellin, I will argue that partially we saw a decline in violence that was very sharp because paramilitaries and drug traffickers had merged successfully before the peace process. And this is not something that happened in Cali. In Cali, drug traffickers and paramilitaries attempted to get together, but not with the same level of success. And I think this also had a very clear impact in what happened in the after the demobilization of the paramilitaries. And I think that this indicates, and we may think that in the event of a post-conflict scenario, the level of violence can vary, and I think everybody has pointed out that it's likely to vary regionally. It's going to be very different across the country. And I think it's going to vary depending on what level of control and what part of the drug trafficking chain the FARC controls, but also in terms of whether the FARC is controlling the territory or is confronting or in alliance with other actors. So I think in places where the FARC is controlling the illegal markets and also the territory, we're more likely to see a decline of violence after a potential post-conflict scenario. Of course, this may also mean that in the long run, there is more potential for new actors to try to move and cope whatever space is left by the FARC. I think that there are scenarios where there is confrontation, and here we're talking about confrontation with criminal gangs mainly. And in these places, I think that we're likely to see less violence in the event of a post-conflict scenario, because we may be eliminating one of the actors of the confrontation. But there are many other places throughout the territory where the FARC has alliances rather than confrontation with other criminal actors, like the BACRIM. And I think that in these cases, we may see also a less significant decline of violence in a post-conflict scenario. And I'll tie this with another point I want to make later, but I think that for the most part, we still have not very clear what are these different scenarios. We're not super clear about where is it that the FARC is controlling these different aspects of the trafficking chain. We're also not completely clear of what are the different relationships of confrontation or collaboration with other trafficking actors. And I think that this is some of the things that we may get eventually from including the drug trafficking issue in the peace agenda. So I'm gonna have to go quickly. Another lesson from the experience of the demobilization of paramilitaries in these urban areas, and I think this is a crucial one, is that less violence doesn't necessarily mean the elimination of drug trafficking or of the illegal markets. And I think this is important to recognize, especially to foresee potential risks and scenarios in the future when violence declined in Medellin and then suddenly increased again when Don Berna was extradited to the US, it came as a surprise to many people. But I think that it could have been less of a surprise because it was quite clear that Don Berna was controlling many markets. And when he was extradited, basically what happened is that these markets fragmented again. And that's part of the reason why violence erupted in the city again. And I think that if we had understood better from the beginning that less violence doesn't necessarily mean the elimination of illegal markets, we will have probably foreseen a little better this upsurge of violence in Medellin. Another aspect, and I think everybody has mentioned here, is that local institutions are essential. And in this case, the role of the local state was very different in the demobilization process in Medellin than in Cali. And I think that for positive reasons, the greater involvement of the local government in Medellin made a big difference that it didn't make in Cali. So local institutions are really key. And one last aspect here is that, especially for urban areas, I think it's crucial monitoring and not necessarily criminalizing youth gangs, because they are essential for creating links between different aspects of illegal markets, and also youth gangs in many cases have become the catalyst of this merging between trafficking actors and armed actors in the cities. So monitoring the presence of gangs and youth gangs in cities is essential. And well, I have to go very quickly through this. I think that in general it's very positive, the environment and the fact that the drug trafficking issue has been mentioned and is part of this peace agenda. Of course, this is going to create a lot more challenges and complicates a negotiation that is already complicated, but it's very positive. And it's positive first because the government for the first time has tried to get some distance from this discourse of the narco-guerrilla, which I think hasn't left many space for looking into different options. But I also think that we have a more positive environment regionally because of the discussions that are being held in terms of changing drug policies or rethinking drug policies in the region. And I think this creates a great opportunity to address the drug trafficking issue in a peace agenda. But of course, what are the possibilities? And I think I just want to mention briefly here what are some of the ideas that are on the table. The FARC at some point mentioned the possibility of legalizing or deregulating marijuana and cannabis. And I think that given the current political environment in the region, this is something that seems for the first time more doable than ever. And Uruguay just legalized marijuana, and this can create some space for discussing this within the peace agenda. However, I don't think that this is something that necessarily is going to have a great impact in terms of violence or in terms of the connection of the FARC with different illegal markets. So it seems politically feasible, I think, for the first time, and I think this is great, but it's not something that is going to have a direct impact on the involvement of the FARC in drug trafficking. Another option that has been discussed is legalizing coca leaf, and this is something that I think can generate huge policy contradictions, partially for the reasons that Maria Clemencia was mentioning, which is we don't necessarily know what portion or how central is the control that the FARC has on coca production right now. But most importantly, even if the coca leaf is legalized, we're still going to be with the big issue of how to deal with legalized coca leaf while drug trafficking is still penalized. So that policy contradiction can be big, and I don't think that this is something that seems really complicated to address in an eventual peace negotiation. I think the government has been mentioning the possibility, or there is some talk about asking the FARC to eliminate laboratories and eliminate completely coca production. And I don't see this as feasible, and I don't think that the FARC is likely to accept that they are going to eliminate everything. For one thing, we don't know exactly, again, how much control they have on the coca crops and on the laboratories. But I think that one thing that we may start considering in this negotiation, and this is my very bold proposal, is that we have been thinking a lot about truth on human rights and truth on drug trafficking as almost opposite issues. And I think that this was the case in the negotiation with the paramilitaries, and the extradition requests actually hindered the process of truth on human rights. And I think that this was because they were defined as two completely opposite issues, and they are very different. But I think that we may start thinking about truth on human rights violations and truth on drug trafficking as two things that may potentially be thought at the same time. And what I mean here is that we may leverage whatever comes from a transitional justice process to get more information about the real extent and the real dynamics of drug trafficking in the conflict. I think we still have a lot of questions that are unanswered, and this can be the opportunity to start answering these questions. And I know I'm running 2 minutes. So extradition is going to be a key issue, and we all know that. But I think that, again, if we start thinking about truth on human rights and truth on drug trafficking as two issues that can be potentially complementary, the extradition issue can be less of an issue. Because one of the reasons why it was an issue for the process for the paramilitaries is that the extradition was seen as the only way to get justice on drug trafficking issues, and the domestic process was seen as the only way, of course, to get truth on human rights violations. And if we think as the two of them as complementary, we may be able to leverage some political power not to use extradition as the only way to go after drug trafficking. And I think the role of the US here is going to be essential in opening the space for this. And I just want to, well, there are lots of specific policy changes that I think are more feasible in a negotiation, like discussing more clearly how to demilitarize consolidation efforts in coca production areas, how to demilitarize the war on drug trafficking, especially by leaving the idea of a war behind, but also start focusing more on dismantling networks, and this goes to what Santiago was saying, the connections between drug trafficking, politics, money laundering, rather than an emphasis on individual drug traffickers. And I think that one thing that may eventually come from the negotiation is a stronger commitment to do these kinds of things, to demilitarize, to treat in a different way the lower levels of the trafficking chain from the top levels. Less than 2% of the people that are incarcerated for drug trafficking issues are actually high-level or mid-level traffickers. So a lot of people who are being incarcerated are just people who are engaged in the very low levels of the trafficking chain. And the zero one, and this is just to close that, I think we need realistic expectations. Saying that eliminating drug trafficking or eliminating coca production is something that can get out of this negotiation, I think it's a mistake that can only spoil the peace process in the future. We may get a lot of positive things, but thinking that there's going to be an elimination of trafficking or coca production is complicated. So, sorry for.
Angelica, thank you. You have not only become a great scholar and expert, but I'm noticing also a rather accomplished diplomat, both by using your time wisely, but also by being on the one hand positive about drugs being on the agenda, suggesting some of the transitional mechanisms, but at the same time sneaking in at the beginning almost a devilish bargain or dilemma. Are we facing essentially a trade-off between peace coming with state collusion or state acceptance, or are we risking escalating new forms of violence if we prosecute some of the issue of rule of law and going after some of the traffickers? And of course, that's something that Mexico has been grappling with and struggling with rather acutely over the past several years, but also chronically through much of this post-World War II history. And many of us, your moderator included, have sinned by looking at lessons that can be derived from Colombia for Mexico. And the Colombian government has, of course, very much espoused the notion that it can now be exporting and advising countries around the world, including Mexico, on a whole variety of issues, from the mobilization of paramilitaries to how to deal with cartels, how to stand up intelligence units, do national police reform, conduct counterinsurgency, take on the cartels. And Javier, another talent like Angelica, who will just use 10 minutes, right, and not full 15,
Yeah, that's right.
is going to do the reverse and say us what can Colombia learn from Mexico? What are the lessons to be avoided? Javier is now a postdoctoral fellow at the Mario Einaunde Center for International Studies at Cornell University, having received his PhD from the University of Notre Dame. Like Angelica and our other distinguished speakers, he has held many prestigious fellowships prior to that, and also served at the World Bank and at the Federal Electoral Institute in Mexico. Javier, thank you.
Very much. Well, I'm going to try to expose some different challenges of building and sustaining peace building, taking some lessons from the Mexican case and also some lessons from the Colombian case, and trying to analyze the differences and the different lessons that we can get from that. So there are like 5 different topics that I would like to address here. One is like, in order to secure a peace building, we need to have safety and security. That's priority number 1. The second thing is we have to support government functions to re-incentivize the parts of the government that are functioning and to reactivate those that are not functioning well. Also, a key element for peace building, sustainable peace building, is to really promote economic revitalization and development. Another aspect is like to guarantee the provision of public goods and who's in charge of delivering them. And a third key element that bridges the Colombian and the Mexican case is the political process behind peace building. So, for the prospects of building safety and security, we have to analyze 4 different aspects. One is the punitive approach of drug violence. How was it conducted in Colombia and in Mexico? And there are key differences. One is that in Colombia you have a plurality of armed actors, not only drug traffickers, but a wide variety of guerrilla organizations and backgrounds. That is not the case in Mexico. You have like primarily criminal organizations, although we have some guerrillas, they have not been active engaging the state or targeting civilians. Another key difference is that in Colombia, the state at the beginning followed a very precise sequential approach to target criminal organizations. They went like to the first cartel, first large cartel, then the second one, and from that they started like breaking them down. In contrast, in Mexico, they went like all out, fighting simultaneously against all criminal organizations without a clear targeting strategy. Another key difference is that in Colombia, the police was mostly used to fight drug trafficking organizations. It was only when the FARC was like very clear that they were engaging in drug trafficking that the army got involved in fighting drug trafficking with the FARC. So that's like a completely different approach of using the state apparatus to fight criminal organizations, because in Mexico, it was primarily sending the military out of the barracks, using and reinforcing the federal police, and not really relying on the local and municipal levels of police forces. So you have like different policy instruments and institutions being used to approach this topic of drug violence. There are also variation in the tactics. In Colombia, it was like first, as I mentioned, this king-pin strategy, also a large effort on eradication, which is natural for a drug-producing country, and also something very important that has international consequences, the international effort of interdiction. So these very heavy policing of the Caribbean routes that eventually were made mostly by the US and some other islands in the Caribbean, that basically shut down the Caribbean route and reshifted everything to Mexico, and that largely increased the strategic value of the Mexican territory, because all the shipping have to go to Mexico, go inland all the way to the border. And that improved the position of Mexican criminal organizations that, well, if you want to sell your drugs, it has to be through me. So they become very strong intermediaries, getting a big chunk of the income of that. In Mexico, it's been a different strategy, mostly focused on the kingpin strategy, but also some interdiction and arrests. So it's like completely different, well, very different dynamics that the state is approaching in terms of policy, and that generating different outcomes. The most important outcome in terms of drug trafficking organizations in Colombia is that it generated or it favored the fractionalization or fragmentation of different or of large criminal organizations into small fractions of the production chain. So you have lots of different small organizations that are not that as large as they used to be in the 80s and 90s, although you have like some emerging cartels. But in Mexico, you basically created the multiplication of large and very strong criminal groups, although there are like some emerging ones. But the key characteristic is that this fragmentation generated a lot of violence in what I call it's a war of all against all. It's basically the state going after criminals, criminals fighting the state, but most importantly, criminals fighting each other, and also generating some mutational tactics. Now it's not just fighting each other, they're like preying on society, which is a new kind of violence not traditionally associated with drug trafficking. In terms of international support, we also see different approaches. The plan in Colombia was like very heavily on the financial aspect, so there was a lot of money flowing to Colombia that didn't go to Mexico. The financial aspects are way smaller in Mexico. There was an important participation of the U.S. in providing intelligence and service, not only military aid. And a key difference that we can learn from Colombia that probably was applied to Mexico is that the direct involvement of the U.S. military in anti-narcotic activities, some of that had the spin-off of involving mercenaries. So you have like these very dramatic cases of human rights violation conducted by Dynacorp or Blackwater, and when those agencies offered their services to Mexico, Mexico said like, whoa, no, we don't want this. So that also creates some challenges in terms of the leverage that the U.S. has in Mexico that doesn't have in Mexico, that does have in Colombia. Another aspect of providing security is the different reaction, and this is something very interesting, the different reaction of criminal organizations against the state. In Colombia, they use political targeting very heavily, like assassinating high-level politicians, presidential candidates, and it was like a very important use of civilian casualties to provide pressure on the government, like putting bombs on shopping centers, something like that. That is something that we're not seeing in Mexico. And this is one of the puzzles, like the criminal organizations behave with similar rationales. Why Mexican cartels are not targeting the population with terrorism to punish or to put pressure on the government to react to the policies. So the way criminal organizations in Mexico are targeting civilians is for predatory purposes. They are extracting resources from kidnapping and racketeering, but not using overt violence against them to put pressure on the government. So those are like some puzzles out there. I'm going to skip the preventive approach for the sake of time. What are the key government functions that we have to address here? There are different levels of state capture. We can think of the usual corruption, which is basically co-opting the state for not to enforce the law against you. It's like something very passive on behalf of the state. And we see that in Mexico and Colombia alone. There are also differences in the way how violence is being used. Violence can be another form of state capture. And we see it a lot in Colombia, where you have like this killing of political rivals. So if you want to control the political spectrum, you just like get rid of the competition, and you will be the only one in charge or competing for election, as Santiago mentioned. We don't get to see that in Mexico, or at least not that broadly, not that clear. Although we have like some examples in Michoacán in the 2010 election. There's one key difference between Mexico and Colombia, and I think it's like the strength of the judicial branch. Courts in Colombia work. This is one of the strange things in a country that many things do not work well. Courts do work well in general. For the, of course, limitations in the judicial branch, but compared to Mexico, that's an abyss of difference. It's very easy to find like low-level corruption at the judicial level, and that's like very easy way for criminals to get rid of the arms of law. So another important element for the prospects of peace building is the economic revitalization. And here we have to address the core causes of why are these people engaged in these kind of activities? Well, because the economic benefits they get of that. And that has to do with the discussion of like the much larger discussion on legalizing drugs or shifting a punitive approach towards a more an emphasis on health and trying to decriminalize to reduce the incentive of creating large illegal markets that are so profitable and will have people willing to kill and die for earning those margins. In terms of the economic activities, we also have to analyze the effect of different types of activities. You have to go through production, which is something very heavy in Colombia, but also in some parts in Mexico. Also the reception territories in the Mexican shore, especially in the Pacific, since the Caribbean route was closed, you have like this rerouting of drug shipments. but also transportation. There are like important implications out of that in terms of how U.S. Security at the border is actually making the crossing of drugs more difficult along the border, but that is basically creating an incentive of having all these drugs being stored in large cities. So it increases the strategic value of controlling those cities, because if you secure the territory, you're gonna get access to all this massive storage of drugs. So that's one of the consequences of also securing the border. One of the other aspects is in terms of the economic revitalization or the economic aspects of drug violence or drug trafficking, is that what we see in Colombia, that criminal organizations are diversifying the menu of illegal activities. It's not only drug trafficking, but now they're going into mining. The same is going on in Mexico. We see like these scandals of criminal groups like getting their hands on the mining companies, but also oil companies. They're like drilling Pemex and just like extracting oil out of that. And that is something like not really addressed in the Mexican discussion. Another important element is for the challenges of peace building is like, okay, we need like to secure the provision of public goods. That of course addresses the key topics that I already mentioned of the core causes, economic causes of engaging in illegal activities. But there are like many other things that you have like to consider for the state as a provider of public goods. 3 minutes, good. I'll make it. One is that criminal organizations play a key role in dispute resolution. Like the state is so weak, at least in Mexico, in so many areas that it will be absurd if you want to go to court or call the police to get like something solved. You better go to the guys who have actually power to enforce contracts, to get access to services, to recover something that you lost, your car, your mortgage, something like that. You go to them because they're like the power holders, and it's like more effective to use those routes as a dispute resolution. So in order for the state to provide public services, it also has to start from that, providing legal contracts and enforcing them in an efficient way. Another key element is taxes. And that is basically protection and racketeering. These criminal organizations in Mexico are like, now that the big organizations are being disrupted, they lose their capability to get drugs from Colombia and then ship them to the US, but what remains in their capabilities is the use of violence. So they're using this violence to target the communities and basically extract rents out of that. They basically sell protections from themselves. And that's related also to security. And in terms of the political processes, there are like different elements that we have to consider like, in terms of differences. Land, as has been mentioned broadly in the other discussions, land is a key issue for many different types of conflicts. And drug trafficking is a cross-cutting issue across that. So you have not only pure, let's call it pure drug trafficking organizations, but you also have the guerrilla involved in this kind of activities, and you also have paramilitaries involved in this kind of activities. And the different actions of those actors in completely different strategies have an impact on what the government is doing. Sometimes it's cooptation, sometimes it's aggressive policies against these actors. So trying to cut a deal along the security, the peace talks has to go through this very sensitive topic of drug trafficking that touches the guerrilla, the FARC in this case, and also paramilitaries, as well as pure criminal organizations. And in Mexico, in terms of the relationship between criminal organizations and the state, you have like this nostalgia of the paz priista, right? That there was like this agreement of the top Mexican elite all the way down with criminal organizations, and people expected that to happen now that the PRI is back in power. But well, good news is that democracy is here to stay. So that hierarchical chain of command that was that made these pacts feasible, like for 70 years, is not there anymore. So you have like many different parties at different levels of government with different incentives to break those pacts. Even if you manage to align one of those pacts, it's going to be very unstable because you're going to have recurrent elections at different levels that are going to break those pacts, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult to address again. One of the things, this is the last one. One of the things that we still have to analyzed from the Colombian case into Mexico is the involvement or engagement of business sectors and community engagement in being proactive in trying to provide solutions at a very local level. So we have Colombia, Medellin, some of the lessons that in Mexico we're barely trying to adopt in Juarez, in Chihuahua, and in Tijuana. But there are also definitely many other lessons to be applied. One of the key differences that we see in terms of the reaction from the state or civil society is forced disappearance and kidnapping, which is a lot more dramatic in Colombia than in Mexico, and Colombia has advanced so many other policies and efforts to really provide care of displacement and kidnapping, and we don't see that in Mexico. And that's one of like some of the spins of violence that are really hurting society. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Javier. Democracy is here to stay. What a better cap for a presentation at USIP. You have strikingly driven the comparison and differences between Mexico and Colombia, and in fact concluded with projects Independencia, for example, in Monterrey, which in many ways is a direct exportation of the Medellin efforts into Mexico. Todos Somos Juarez less so, but nonetheless a lot of cross-pollination of ideas there, and consulting by Colombian experts in the context of Mexico. I have about 1,000 of questions for each of you, but the audience has been extraordinarily patient and is itching in their seat to start asking questions, which is what we will do. I will not ask any. Please identify yourself, and the floor is yours. The gentleman in the back.
Hi, my name is Eric Falls. Thanks very much to USIP and analysts for the great presentations. A question for Professor Duran Martinez. Very interesting historical statistics on the two cities, Cali and Medellin, and wondering if you've applied that to other cities in Colombia, and what's been your experience in looking at other parts of Colombia.
Go ahead.
I think. Thank you. Well, my work has been focused on Cali and Medellin, so like my understanding of the other cities is much more general. But I think, so one thing that is true is that after the demobilization of the paramilitaries, the issue of urban violence kind of exploded for authorities, and everybody started to talk about the issue of urban violence like almost as a new phenomenon. And I think that was true to some extent, but not completely true. So some medium-sized cities in Colombia have seen a sharp increase in levels of violence, and especially after the demobilization of the paramilitaries, also because of the emergence or the increasing relevance of other illegal markets that are not new either, but have become more important for traffickers. So gasoline smuggling, extortion, and local drug markets as well have become more relevant for some medium-sized cities. Cucuta, for example, in the border with Venezuela, even smaller cities like Ibagué in the south. So other cities are starting to see a level of violence that they didn't see before. Having said that, I also think that the issue, when you think about the case of Medellin and Cali have been the cases of urban violence that have been there for decades in Colombia. They are not new, and many things have changed. But I think there's also, there was a tendency after the process with the paramilitaries to say that urban violence was something completely new. And I think that saying that kind of missed the point of all the historical roots of some of the problems of urban violence we see now. But yeah, there is also, as I said, there is some illegal markets have become much more relevant. And that's the case for extortion, that's the case for gambling. But in Medellin, for example, those are very old markets. Like the gambling, extortion are not new markets in Medellin. They have just, the dynamics of markets have changed. So I think the picture changes depending on what city you're talking about, I think, but that's.
Thank you. Another question.
I'll take the liberty of asking Javier to talk about the thing that he cut out. I'm sorry. To talk about what you cut out regarding preventive approaches. And it's also related to a question more broadly about community activities to try to address the problems of drug violence in their communities, what kinds of success you have. Javier, you mentioned that the paramilitaries and drug traffickers, mejor dicho, that drug traffickers have become kind of the key conflict resolvers in their communities. They're the ones that people go to resolve disputes. I'm wondering to what extent conflict resolution mechanisms are appropriate to be using with criminal organizations. So anything you have to, any light you have to shed on those questions?
Yeah, there are different reactions that civil society have had in terms of like trying to promote more preventive policies from the state, and most of that is motivated by the outcry of society saying like, well, this is a war that we didn't have, we didn't want this, this is the outcome of the very aggressive policies, security policies of deploying the army and just creating all this chaos. We don't want this. Unfortunately, there are like not that many good examples or lessons implemented in Mexico. So basically, we're not doing the homework of seeing what is going on in Colombia that we can apply. There are like a few cases as Tijuana Innovadora, which was like the participation of businessmen in providing like reconstruction of very poor and dirty neighborhoods, like cleaning the streets, painting them, putting like youth orchestras. Most of that promoted by business sector. The same lesson replicated in Monterrey and in Juarez. So that's something that we can see, like kind of extracting the lessons that happen in Medellin that is starting to happen in Mexico. But in terms of the state providing a more comprehensive prevention strategy, it's not clear at all. This government created a new Ministry of Prevention of Violence. As we say in Mexico, it has no tail or head. I mean, no one knows what is going on. They have 9 ministries involved in that vice ministry, several programs. No one knows who's doing what and where, what's going to be the outcome of that. There's no measures of anything. So something like kind of the rush of trying to provide display an image of now we care about prevention, but it's not clear how they're going to do that. And that goes for another challenge, which is the social embeddedness of some criminal organizations. Again, this is something that we have to distinguish. There are like very predatory criminal organizations as Los Zetas, which really prey on society, but that's different from, for example, La Familia, which are like, they're like very weird in terms of like social embeddedness. They also have like these religious aspects of Caballeros Templarios, and they promote a lot of social norms. In terms of like they police women's sexuality, they don't allow crooks or auto thefts, anything like that without the permission. They are the ones you have to go if you want, like if aguacateros from Michoacan want to sell their produce, they have to go through that through them as market brokers. So there's like completely different, wide variation of the social embeddedness of criminal organizations, and sometimes that might be a challenge for building a peace. Yeah.
Thank you, Coletta. You had your hand up.
Thank you. I'm Coletta Youngers with the Washington Office on Latin America, and I have a comment and then a question, or a couple of comments actually. The comment, I really liked what you said, Angelica, about keeping realistic expectations, because I think that many of the government statements leading up to the forums happening this week and next in Colombia give the impression that a negotiated settlement with the FARC could make a significant difference in drug trafficking. And all of those of us who have studied this issue know that such actors are easily replaced within the drug trade. And I think that we could very easily come out of this with, I think we would most likely come out of this with no significant difference in the amount of cocaine coming out of the country. Where I do think that the negotiations could make a tremendous difference is in what Maria Clemencia was talking about in the terms of the need to create a new relationship with coca cultivators and to move from a discourse on alternative development to one of promoting equitable rural development in consultation with local communities in these areas. And in that sense, I don't see as much of a contradiction, Angelica, between legal coca and illegal drug trafficking. I mean, both Peru and Bolivia have legal markets for coca. Once that begins the process of being converted to cocaine, that's when the illegality sets in. And I think Bolivia is an interesting model to look at in terms of how the government has promoted cooperative coca eradication that has led to more sustainable reductions in coca production, because you see people are moving into other illicit activities. Obviously difficulty in making comparisons between the two countries, but I think it is an interesting model to look at, and I know at least one person who will be talking about that this week. My questions go to, I have been so struck at the way in which over the past half year or a little longer, coca growers have started reivindicando sus derechos, making demands, which is really new in recent years in Colombia, where people have, of course, been very afraid to speak out and admit that they're coca growers. And Maria Clemencia, you've looked at this over time and have written a lot about it. I'm just wondering if you could make any comments about how you see the nature of that movement having changed, adding on to what you already said. And the other question is, some of you may have seen that there was an article in the Colombian press today where Ricardo Vargas made the argument, which I assume he will also be making this week at the forum, that that one of the significant problems is that coca growers have moved into areas where sustainable development is just not possible. And he basically says the government needs to cut off the agricultural frontier and move those people into areas that, confiscated areas, lands confiscated from drug traffickers, where there's a more viable economic opportunities. I'm just really curious what people think of that proposal. Thank you.
Yes, I have heard that of Ricardo, and he's calling also to to really do an ordinance of territory, no? Because you have to study if there is really capability to sustain people, to sustain the amount of population in the Amazon area. I'm not sure how is it going to be for the peasants there, but it's an idea of really looking at a territorial or organization, integral development, comprehensive development, rural development with all the country. Because what I have seen is that yesterday the negotiation, there have been 2 negotiation tables in the country with the elites. It's very interesting to see there's no representation of the elites of the SAC and of all the agricultural society, and so we have this new class position of the coca growers, but they were not interested in just like in the 1996 demands. They took again the agreements that they had done in 1996 with the government, but they are not as interested in just demanding these social services or whatever. They are interested in really getting to do like a structural revision, like a summit of peasants, like being able to see that the problem in Putumayo is also the problem in Huila, in Tolima, in Cauca. How are they going to? And maybe in that situation, you could think about changing people or giving people land within the frontier or the agrarian frontier. That's a question that I heard that of Ricardo recently, and I don't know if he has. It's interesting to ask the peasants, but also the reframing of the discourse, the reframing of also into the reconciliation and the recognition. So it's not, it's all this central narrative in our country about reconciling and repairing the damages done in the conflict, that it's a result of all this time of the Comisión Nacional de Reparación. So we have had 7 years now since that began, and it's the first time, as Mark was saying, nada de borrón y cuenta nueva. But so I'm seeing that people people are beginning to victims and all the work of El Grupo de Memoria Histórica, the emblematic cases, going back with the books, because the books that have been compiled are discussed with them, and there's disputes about that. I'm not there, but we are discussing about what has happened and what can be done. And I found it very interesting that in Catatumbo, that leader that was accused of being guerrilla, and they had recordings, and they had a lot of proofs of his relationship with what is today in the table negotiating, and they were not able, the military, to take him to prison. And even Santos, in one interview in the radio, said there are 4 sectors in the movements. You have the real real peasants that are fighting for their rights. There are the politicians that are near the elections manipulating all these protests. We have also the FARC that is also promoting the mobilization, and that's evident. We cannot say that it's not happening in some areas. And but he was able to recognize these different sectors that are playing a role in and there are the gremios, the ones that have always represented that, and so we have all the name of dignidades, no? Dignity, dignidad cafetera, dignidad cacaotera, dignidad, and dignidad is a name that is also calls to dignification of the victim. So it's like this merging of discourses around getting into all this idea of reconciliation, the law of restitution, and that's something that for me is like a new. And behind that we have the militarization, and we have the consolidation plan that is a very. The head of the consolidation plan is a person that came from the Ministry of Defense. They haven't been able to really get the local state to work with them. They just at the end of the 2 weeks of the mobilization, they called the governors and the mayors to work with the president. And so we have this. The 2 Colombias that we always have been hearing of, no? Like the Colombia, the marginal one, the central, but there has also been discussion about how centralized is really Colombia, and is not represent. So there's a lot of discussion going on, and that is also like La Corporación Nuevo Arcoíris that has worked so much in paramilitarism, and was one of them, Luis Ellis was saying, it's the first time after 8 years of repression and everything that we have been able to, the social movements have been able to revive, to participate. No, like if he's talking with them, he will talk with us. We want the president here. And yesterday I have the last La Mesa of the South letting the public opinion know that they have been, that each Thursday they are going to sit down and discuss with the government, and they will continue discussing the situation so for me it's amazing to see that they are sitting down in the negotiating, and they say, we hope this will get to, or else we will continue marching. So for me, it's a new possibility that is very difficult to maintain because of the rightist, but that's also positive. The rightist arm of the government, or the really political conservatives, are clearly defined, seen, visibilized. That's another thing that never happened before. They were always there with all their policies of guerra sucia and everything, but behind, and they didn't appear as clearly. So I think it's interesting. We don't know what it's going to be.
Great. Angelica, briefly.
Yeah,
one more last question.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Colette. It's not. I think that it's possible to think about redefining the relationship with coca growers, but I think that short of a commitment to change that relationship, the mere legalization can only create that kind of policy contradiction. What I mean is, if there is no commitment, a political commitment to treat coca growers differently, as long as drug trafficking is illegal, there is going to be always a policy contradiction. How you treat a coca grower that is funneling coca leaf to the producers. So unless you have like a bigger commitment to treat them differently, it is still going to generate a contradiction. So I think it's short of that commitment, that's where I see a contradiction. But if there is a broader commitment to alternative development, to demilitarizing consolidation plans, I think that there is a precedent. But it's the same, I think, at another level where these policy contradictions can be seen is the same thing with the minimal doses or saying we're not going to prosecute small-time traffickers, but then you talk to cops and they say, but what are we supposed to do if we know that the big trafficking organizations are distributing through small traffickers or through drug users? So it's the same thing, you may legalize one part or depenalize one part, but if the policies are completely militarized on the other side of the trafficking chain, then it can be contradictory.
But that's the tension in Colombia. It's like a tension between militarizing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there one last question for Santiago?
My English is not pretty good, so can I use my Spanish?
Yes.
So, quisiera saber de qué forma afecta la negociación en La Habana dos hechos trascendentales que han ocurrido hace un par de días, creo. El primero de ellos es el acuerdo del gobierno colombiano con el gobierno ecuatoriano por la aspersión de glifosato en la frontera con el Ecuador, donde hubo un acuerdo por $15 millones, lo cual hace suponer que si el gobierno colombiano reconoce que el uso de esta sustancia afecta la población, ¿por qué no se hace o no existe algún instrumento que proteja a la población colombiana? Y el segundo tema, relacionado también con alguna presentación que decía que la legalización de la droga era un camino contradictorio si el gobierno promovía ese tipo de política pública, pero si mal no recuerdo, no vi ninguna filmina que identificara cuáles son los países consumidores de droga, porque hay una relación directa entre la producción de droga y los países que la consumen. Y fue una de las directrices que el presidente Santos en la pasada cumbre reclamó de la sociedad internacional, de que en esto estamos comprometidos todos, no solo Colombia ni México.
Great, thank you. Santiago and Clemcha, you don't want it? Okay, Clemcha, it's yours. One.
No, it's not that. I can't answer. The aerial spraying in Ecuador, we had in the international court a case of Correa had sued the government and they decided to negotiate, and Uribe is going to pay $15 million, $15 million as recognizing a reparation for the damage that was caused to Ecuador. So that is also one of the issues that is going to be part of all the discussion, and that's why they are going to give reparation also. It's the first time that for the aerial spraying that was done in Catatumbo, they negotiated reparation for the families. They're going to give them money. So there's a lot of things that have been confluencing, and for me, that is going to be part of the negotiation in the coca areas, because it's the first time. And he did that because he didn't want another of the big problem like the La Haya and all what happened with San Andres. So he decided, and he is very into negotiating, and that's como el talante que decimos. He wants to negotiate, so everybody's negotiating.
Well, let's hope that the negotiations will not simply become a process in of its own and will in fact produce some good and lasting outcomes, and that the bargains that are struck might not be pure, but hopefully will be sufficiently good and sufficiently lasting, because this is a unique opportunity for Colombia that many of us have been wishing for a long time. Please give a hand of applause to our fantastic panelists, to USIP. Tomorrow is another day. You can besiege the presenters tomorrow during the breaks, and thank you all for staying that long.